Hi everyone and welcome to another stream. So as always the music just ended a bit too late, but here we are. So this is my last good Mark III, my last good one, my last one that's like as stock as possible. So I've got two of these. When I first reviewed these, this was like 3 years ago or something, Prusa sent me two. One was assembled, one was a kit. I think this is the assembled one. It does say stock on the back because supposedly I was going to keep this one stock just as a reference. That didn't work out so well. It's already got an E3D Revo on there. And I've cannibalized some parts off my other Mark III to keep this one running. The Pinder probe actually lit out on this one. So not quite stock anymore, and we're gonna keep going with that theme today. So we are gonna unstock it even more. So this is the 3DQ Quinly system. And as far as I understand it, as you know, I usually don't do a whole lot of research before these streams. As I understand this is a kit that allows you to prop up your printer a bit like that. And it comes with a special bed that is going to help parts or allow parts to just slide off once the print is done. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. I hope that, so like I said, I've not looked into this too much, but that's the promise. This should be an automated printer similar to the, where's my preview? There's my preview. Similar to my Voron and the way that I've built the auto ejector for it. So this is all the stuff that I added to my Voron to make it like auto eject beds and allow me to continuously print. Supposedly the Quinly system is a lot simpler than that, and that's going to be interesting. How much simpler it is and how well it works. I'm mostly worried about the fact that this bed is supposed to be formulated in a way where both it sticks during a print and it allows the prints to just slide off. So we're gonna see. As far as I believe, Andrew, there's no extra moving stuff in this. There are no moving parts that attach to your part or any drop down, drop up. It is just the bed, and I guess that there's like you could add a RAM to the front of your machine that kind of plonks that off. So let's get dug into this package here and see what we get. So this was a while in the making. There we go. I do have some assistance today on the cameras. This was a while in the making. They set out to send me one a while ago. It got lost in shipping. So this has been probably a year since they first reached out. And of course, disclosure, this kit was sent to me by 3DQ, by the guys from 3DQ, free of charge. No money changed hands. There's no requirements for me to cover this in any way. So yeah. Oh, there's the bed. Nice. And it's not magnetic. Okay, so we're gonna have to stick this on, I assume. All right. 3DQ information sheet. The Vapor bit. Only clean it with soap and water. So apparently this has a very, very special formulation. Don't touch it as far as you can avoid it. No alcohols, no solvents, no scraper blades, no adhesive tapes. I wonder what that is about. Like, don't add Kapton tape on top of it. Interesting. Vapor print bed with an adhesive backing. Can I think I want to attach this to a. Do I have those here? I think I do. Yeah. I don't want to stick it directly to the bed, so I think I'm just going to use one of the PI sheets. Or actually, oh god, this one looks nasty. I mean, this is one of the that's actually a Mark III bed. So this is one of the oldest beds before they had the powder coated ones, and yeah, my basement has not been treating this one well. Don't think I'll be able to get this PEI off of here. There's a hole in here. I'm gonna let my assistant try, but I don't think that's gonna work. But yeah, if we can't get that off, I'm just gonna stick it to. This is a spray painted one. I think the back side or the front side actually of this PI, this should be good. because I do want to keep the magnetic quick swap feature in place. I don't want to permanently attach the Vapor bed to my printer. Unless it, I mean, if it works really well, I can grab another one, but I don't know how well it works and I don't want to permanently stick it to the bed yet. So I'm going to hand this over to my assistant here and give some instructions to wash this with some soap and water to get the nasty surface clean. And I'm going to dig into the Quinly kit a bit more. All right, so what do you get? What do you get? I'm going to need my Stream Deck again. You get a tilt frame with base. So that is the mechanism that actually props up the printer. Actually, it props it up like that. Part release guide. So yeah, these are kind of like rails on the side, I assume, that help the parts slide off and not like get stuck in the mechanism down here. Software, enter Wi-Fi address, put SD card into hub. Huh, okay, so does this come with a custom firmware? Because that is the other thing, of course. The other thing is that typically your G-code is just one print. And I guess, yeah, you can chain G-codes together just in a text editor, and it's going to start the next one automatically. But unless you actually have a way for the printer to automatically start the next one or pick another file, that's going to be interesting. So connect software and Quinly wireless hub. I don't know if this one is included. I don't think so. Well, what are you? What are you? You look like a Raspberry Pi. Yep, that's a Raspberry Pi. So I guess we do get a wireless hub. We're going to try that out. So that, I guess, is just could just be Octoprint with a plugin that just automatically feeds the next one. And that's pretty much it. Okay, these are all 3D printed parts. Nice. A little bit dark to see. Part of I already know the bed is not magnetic, at least as is. I'm going to try it once we get to this. Actually, there is no manual. Okay. So we're going to try this link and read into this. But let's get unpacked here and see what else we got. So packaging material, we don't need that. So 3D printed parts, okay. So these are some ramp bits. I guess these are to prop up your printer. What is this? What is this? Looks like it's packaging. But like that is like a very intentionally bad print. I guess it's just packaging. Another part, because of the prints they include here. Oh yeah, okay, I get it. This is also packaging. 3D printed packaging. Okay, I guess that's the sort of stuff you can do when you have an automated 3D printer that just spits out parts. You don't have to get these like vacuum formed or injection molded or stuff. Okay, I mean, they're using their own product, I assume. And honestly, if this was printed on the Vapor bed, on the bed that is included here, that is very promising adhesion. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't come off very well. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see if I can clean this off with alcohol or something. With a paper towel, if we have one. Yeah, we have one over there. So yeah, as I was saying, there we go. So that is all the surface area. That is all the surface area that this part had. And if this was printed on the Vapor bed, that's pretty promising. Of course, that is very squished down and very wide, but that is something that I do generally on all my prints that I do anyway. Couple T-nuts, so that just bolts onto the base of the Mark III. Couple printed parts. Wi-Fi stick for the Raspberry Pi, I assume. USB cord for the printer. And this, I guess, is a shield with the Quinly logo kind of printed in. Very nice prints, I gotta say. I wonder what machine they use for these. But these are, of course, thick layers. I mean, they always just look amazing. And we get a pair of aluminum extrusions. So these are the ones that are, I assume, going to be resting on the tail because they have some soft, sticky, grabby feet on them. How are you used to print those packaging materials versus normal packaging? Which is more eco-friendly? That is something I don't know, but I guess if you have no tooling, that already makes up for the extra power you use during remelting. And as far as I'm aware, the remelting of the plastic isn't that significant. So this is packaging. This can go as well. It's rather heavy for packaging though, so that's something that goes into this. All the prints are from Ender 3s. Okay, they're using Ender 3s. All with Quinly and the Vapor bed. Yeah, I assumed as much that they're using their own parts. That is good because that means they trust their own tools. I'm gonna grab a glove and reach into this Vapor bed because I want to see what that feels like, looks like before I go into the assembly. I know probably you're not supposed to dig into this yet, but that is, sorry if that is very loud for you guys. There we go. That looks like it's FR4, to be honest. That looks 100% like an FR4 sheet. I don't know if there's any sort of coating on it. I'm going to try the edge here. Actually, let me try with my finger. Nope, that feels a bit hairspray. It feels like it has a bit of a texture to it, but that 100% looks like a standard PCB, standard 1mm PCB with no copper on it, obviously. Got the standard 468 MP adhesive on it, but yeah, that very much just looks like FR4. And I would be surprised if it isn't. I would be very surprised if this wasn't FR4, but again, I don't know if there is a special coating or something on this. FR4, pretty good material by itself. So let me see. Okay, so size-wise, this does fit the printable area on the Prusa, and I think, yeah, I'm really just going to stick it to a magnetic bed because I do want to keep that feature. Now, for the offset, that's going to be an interesting one because this thing is, my calipers are somewhere else, but this thing is about 1 point something millimeters thick. I don't know if you have enough adjustment room in the Pinda probe to actually probe this. Actually, yeah, this does need to be stuck to a steel sheet. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do auto bed leveling, right? So, okay. That goes somewhere where I'm not going to touch it for now. Right, I guess next up, manual. So get started, 3dq.com/resources. They didn't say that I wasn't supposed to show this, but I mean, there's no going back here. Screen cap, God, so this is, no, Edge, go away. This is a brand new reset Windows after the Scantex scanner software. I don't know what they're keeping on there. Last time I tried to uninstall it, it left behind some sort of log server, whatever, so I just reset this computer. This was brand new anyway. So now we have a brand new Windows that doesn't even have Chrome installed. Oh well, guess we're gonna use, what is this thing called? Not Bing, Edge. Everyone's favorite browser that is not annoying at all. Resources. Why are you offline? No, you weren't supposed to be offline. Okay, I'm gonna borrow the Wi-Fi stick real quick. Something is wrong with this network card. It was working before I started, but it was doing some weird stuff. I apologize, I'm sorry about that. So I'm just going to connect to the Wi-Fi then, since the Ethernet doesn't seem to be working. Hope I got that right. I know this must be super exciting to watch right now. Tech debugging. Okay, we have Wi-Fi. There we go. And I think I got that right. Yep. Nope. Edge, I'm not gonna let you save that. So, new update work for Quinly was released on April 18th. What is that date format? God, default Windows settings. How to update Quinly Wireless Hub. Update on Raspberry Pi. So I guess you can install it on your own Raspberry Pi since, well, this guy basically just is a Raspberry Pi in a case, in a rather nicely textured case, I gotta say, with a fan. So this guy has a little fan built in. That is the, oh yeah, and it has the mount for the printer. Okay. Supports need a replacement bed, compatible materials. Oh, that's actually something interesting for you guys as well. So PLA totally works. Okay, no problem. I would assume that, you know, with with an automated system for a 3D printer, that at least PLA works great, and all their printed parts are PLA as well. So I would assume that these release and work for this system. ASA. So adhesion is a bit worse. What is Edge. Adhesion is a bit worse than with PLA, but it still releases really well, and there's some recommended print settings for that. Pretty hot first layer. Okay. PTG varies by brand. See notes. High temp PTGs tend to release better, so that is like the what do they call it? Not is it XT60? No, no, XT60 was connected. No, XT something. That is one of the high temp PTGs. Bed temp and print temp also very high on the first layer print temp. So I guess it is the Vapor bed, as I kind of assumed, it is built on the lower end of adhesion, so you kind of need to make sure that it sticks. Polycarbonate, good adhesion, releases really well. 280, yeah, that's typical for polycarbonate. HIPS, excellent, excellent. Polypropylene, also excellent adhesion. That is interesting because polypropylene is a material that typically is the other way around, where adhesion can be a problem and release typically is pretty easy because it doesn't stick that way. So larger parts may not completely release. I guess that kind of hints to what sort of coating they have on that FR4, if any. TPU, flexible, is not suitable for automation because it has good adhesion and poor release. That's kind of like what TPUs tend to do. PA, interesting that also works. Okay, brim is recommended for most parts, but yeah, enclosure is recommended. Okay, that's kind of a cheat code, but hey, PA works. PA can be very, very tricky to print. So most materials should be good to go. I guess the only thing, we're going to be trying PLA. We're going to be trying Protopasta HTPLA. So used by customers, that means have had success with every brand tested. So that should be good. Slicing guide, installation manual. We're going to install this on a Mark III. So let's see if we can get this going. That's how it's going to end up looking. And we have Matteo from 3DQ in chat as well. Hopefully we're not going to need to support that much. But yeah, okay, that is cantilevered quite far. Okay, but these are all aluminum extrusions, so these are fairly robust. Oh, extend night. Okay. You've already sold me on it. I've already have it. Yeah, do not use adhesive solvent scrapers. Yes, we know that the Vapor bed is very delicate. Follow this manual carefully. Yeah. So they've got a support email and a Discord channel. What's in the kit? We figured that out. What you need, so they did include the Raspberry Pi and everything we need. We're going to need microfiber cloths. Well, let's see if we need an initial cleanup of the bed. Allen key, we have that. Don't actually have it in my hand, but I'm gonna grab one. Resources preparation. So let me see if we have the Raspberry Pi with an SD card already installed. There is one in here already, so I assume this already has the image on here. Kingston Canvas Select Plus, 32 gig card, nice. I've had very good success with Kingston memory in the past. Oh, that is pretty deep in there. Is that, how deep does this need to go? Come on. There we go, that's the click we want to see, or want to hear. I'm just noticing this is actually a multi-layer print. Oh, it comes apart. It's not even screwed together. Look at this. So this has a like a light blue printed insert. That's kind of cool. Nope, there's some stuff that's stuck and that came off. Not gonna matter that much. So this, I assume, already has the image installed. We're gonna see pretty quickly if this thing boots up and does something. Manual. Getting a printer ready. Update the firmware. Oh, okay. We're actually gonna need to do that because this printer always complains about not having the most recent firmware. So let's get started with that. Yeah, no Prusa, I mean, no cookies for you. What is this thing? Oh God, Windows 11, you're weird. Can I get this? Yes. We're also going to need a Prusa slicer and the full package because, like I said, this system is completely brand new. So, actually, I guess you guys want to see the English one. Update guide, basically open up Prusa slicer, point it to the image, and there you go. It's now part of Slick 3R PE. Well, that has been renamed since. Well, very exciting to watch. So while that downloads, let's see what's next. Disable Pi mode and crash detection mode. Okay, power cord. Let's get this printer plugged in. All right, you go in here and we're gonna need the USB cable to actually plug this into this system. I hope that's long enough, but we're gonna figure it out. It's a Rock 64. Oh, that's not a Pi then. I didn't even notice. Yeah, that is not a Pi. That is cool, okay. So they've actually got a, Rock 64. It looks like a Raspberry Pi. I mean, you look at the connectors. I mean, the USB 3, the Pi I think has 2. But otherwise, same format, same everything. It's got a full-size HDMI, which the Pi 4 also doesn't have. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. eMMC module, I've never seen these guys. Okay. Camera's having some trouble there. Okay, I've never seen these in person, but yeah, looks like a very well made, very robust setup. And I assume these are perhaps compatible with Raspberry Pis, or at least the images can be modified with minimal effort. I don't know. But this one comes pre-flashed, so we don't have to worry about any of that. And it does have, yeah, it does have a mini barrel jack right there. It doesn't use USB for power, so I kind of prefer that. USB-C is kind of nice, but yeah, if you can use an actual power supply and don't have to rely on USB cords, which can come in varying qualities, then that's good in my book. Why are you so slow? Is it the Wi-Fi? Probably. So let's see if the firmware that we're running on the Prusa right now actually does have Pi mode that we can disable. So Camera, no, there. Yeah, voice control, camera, okay, there we go. So, I think crash detection I've already got disabled. Crash detection, there we go. Disable in stealth mode. Oh, this wasn't stealth, nope. Crash detection on, crash detection off. Is there pi mode in here? This would be pi port, I guess. That's what that is referring to. Because the Prusa does have a direct onboard Raspberry Pi port that you can just use without the USB connection. Okay, assembling the kit. Installing the Vapor, so they do recommend installing it on the flexible magnetic plate that comes with the Prusa or an equivalent alternative. Smooth satin or the textured flex plate surface can all be used to mount the Vapor bed. Right, so I really wish I could remove the PEI film from here because this is just unnecessary extra thickness. It says hairspray or something on it. So I'm going to grab some ethanol, spray that up. So this was just cleaned with soap and water, but apparently that didn't take all of it off. This doesn't come off. I'm going to need to use some other surface. Oh, well, yeah, I think this is hairspray. 3D lac. There's also some PETG stuck to it. Thankfully, we do have a knife blade. You can use to kind of scrape this off, and it still feels sticky, so there must still be some stuff on here. Prusa slicer is downloaded. Okay, so we can get back to that in a second. Okay, and that should be good enough. No, not quite, not quite. What was on this bed? Wow. This is such a nice PI bed though, like original stickered bed. But the other ones aren't really in a shape to, or in a condition to be worthy of getting this installed on it. So there we go. That should be good. Bit sticky, but that should only help adhesion. All right, so remove that, clean the Prusa flex plate. Yes, we did that. Use the provided alcohol wipes. Oh, there is a provided alcohol wipe, so let's use that as well. And just make sure we get this as clean as possible. There's one, oh, I ripped open the other one as well. Oh, that's isopropanol. There we go. Right, and next up, let's get this on. Part-time running. No, unfortunately, I don't have a spare energetic sheet around, at least not in the correct size. I do have a whole bunch for my Voron and for the Voron auto ejector, but I just assumed this was going to come with a magnetic bed included, or a spring steel sheet with some way to attach it to the Prusa. But as is, here goes one of the original beds. So I'm just going to try and align this as good as I can. And it's a bit larger than the original surface. Now, how do I install this without touching it and without getting bubbles in here? I guess paper towel is going to work. Oh, I can feel it pulling down. Okay. Yeah, you can see where it's actually starting to make contact, and I try to get contact in the center first, because then I can just squeeze out the air towards the edges. The more contact you make, the better heat transfer you get. This is something that I've learned the hard way on the load spot beds, where because it's glass, you actually see it, and you actually see that the silicone heater was not making very good contact, and we were actually able to see that on a thermal camera. So yeah, just trying to get this stuck down reasonably well. And I guess once we heat this, this is going to suck down anyway. So this is just a dry piece of paper towel. This isn't alcohol wipes. This is literally just something to keep between my fingers and the surface to make sure I'm not smudging it with my finger grease or scratching it with fingernails. Just a reasonably soft interface. Okay, and you can still kind of read the original Prusa i3 Mark III through the top here, while also seeing the Quinly logo. All right. So with that installed, we can set up the Prusa slicer, Prusa software package, and update the firmware. We might need the drivers. I don't know. I'm just going to grab them anyway. Pronto face, we're not going to need, I think. Though, I guess on this system it would be helpful because this is going to be the system that I plug all my printers into. One second, yep. Right, so Eric, I guess, is asking while we install this, how do I feel about the Prusa enclosure? I haven't looked into it that much anyway, or to be honest. I know they've got an enclosure now, but I've heard it's expensive. But I've not used it, so I can't really comment on it as always. So I'm going to screw in, what am I going to screw in? A 0.6 or a 0.8? I'm going to install both. Don't think I'm going to be using the 0.4 because with this stream, because we have the Revo on here, we can very easily swap in a new nozzle, and we will do that to speed up the print. So while we're at it, I do actually want to install an Ender 3v2 profile because I do plan on working with that for the next video. Do we get a profile for the protopasta? There is no protopasta, so I'm just going to use the generic Prusa PLA profile. So SLA, that's good. Oh, we're going expert mode. You can use inches. Ugh. All right, so there is our Prusa. Let's go flash the printer firmware. Do we need to unzip this? Yes, we do. So let's unzip you real quick. And we need to plug in the printer directly. USB cord. I'm going to use the one that's included. Hope this one is long enough. Okay, so tip from 3DQ about flexing the whole assembly at the end to get the air out. We're going to try that in a minute. Oh, this cable is quite short. I'm going to need a longer one than this. And I hope I do have, oh, I've got an extension. Don't have my USB Type B cables with me here yet. Those are all still in the basement studio. So hopefully I can get rid of the Wi-Fi stick. Hopefully the Ethernet is, nope, Ethernet is still acting up. So, That's going to be tricky once we need that for the, I'm going to call it Raspberry Pi, for the Quinly print host. So you're plugged in, and you are on port 3. It detects it, and I'm going to flash. So this is just the standard Prusa firmware. This is nothing special about the Quinly system yet. This is literally just a standard Prusa firmware upgrade. That's going to take a second, so let's see if we can get this bed a bit more nicely installed. And again, I hope that this really works with the original sensor. Well, it doesn't look like we're getting much of the air out still. All right, but I guess once this heats up, we can press it down a bit more. Okay, clean the flex plate. Yeah, we've done that. Oh, there's instructions for how to install it, but okay. That's how we did it. That's how we did it anyway. Okay. With a soft, wet cloth and a drop of mild dish soap. Okay, so clean it before using it. I guess, well, I kind of want to use like standard Windex or something, this sort of stuff. But this, I mean, technically this is just soap and water in a nice spray bottle. But sometimes these come with alcohol and sort of other additives to make your glass more glossy, which can help with print release actually. But I don't know what's in here that could damage the bed. So I'm gonna grab some, just a wet wipe and clean that off before we go. I didn't touch it at all, so should be a-okay still, but we're gonna wipe it down anyway. Flashing done, okay. That's not something where I can alt-tab, that's where I can alt-tab. Install the hardware. Remove the LCD and spool holder. Oh yeah, because the LCD is going to be tilted down then, in the end. Tilting the edge to the extrusion and fasten with the 5mm. So that goes onto the Quinly rails. Just trying to get an overview. Okay, so the LCD is gone. Where does the LCD attach to then? Front guidance panel. Oh, we installed it to the moving bed. Okay. Ah, that's what those clips are. And the LCD lives up top. Ooh. 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 Okay. Okay, I wonder if the LCD cable is, well, it should be long enough, but we're going to have to undo some zip ties. All right, that's a fairly easy install. I guess I can manage that. So remove the LCD and spool holder. So let's get started with that. So spool holder, thankfully that comes off very easily. Are we gonna need that somehow? Are we gonna need that later? I don't know. And then the LCD, I guess I should unplug this before we do that. The LCD is just screwed in from the back. This way. So two standard 2.5mm M3 screws. Gonna grab my bucket of hex keys here. This studio is still very much disorganized. And that looks like the roughly correct one. So these are the ones in here. Nope. One screw. Eric, yeah, I've seen that the positron did have a new release, but I've not actually looked at it yet. Okay, so zip ties. Gonna need some snips. So there is that. Well, actually, this is just shoved into the side here, so we can just pull it out. I'm hoping I'm not gonna rip this. Yeah, kind of tricky to give you guys a good angle, as always, while also figuring out what I'm actually doing. Oh, and it turns out I'm ripping the ribbon cable apart, which isn't much of a problem, but still. Ah, x-axis, stay, no, stay. So I'm going to need to unplug these. And I will mark them real quick so that I can plug them in correctly again afterwards. So 1 and 2, if they go into X1 and 2. And now these need to come through this little tiny gap. Right down here. Well, I guess up here is good too. But yeah, this used to be tidy wire management, somewhat tidy. Oh, look, old prints. This used to be somewhat tidy wire management. I guess it's just a bit less tidy now. Okay, and then this needs to reach up top somehow. So you need to go out. Okay, and that literally was only holding in the LCD cable. So can I reach around? Yeah, that's not super nice, but that should do. So now we can just route it up here, and I guess the LCD screen can live over here. All right, that's good enough. There's the loose original screen. So we removed the LCD and the spool holder. Next up, attach the, that's very interesting, point 1 and 2s. Attached to the original bracket. So sideways, that's how a T-nut works. Sideways with the padded feet down, and this goes into the side. Right, printer goes away for now. And these appear to be symmetrical. And then is there a dimension as to where exactly this needs to go? Is pushed to the front of the extrusion, okay, until it hits right down here. So these are all, these are all the same fasteners, which of course makes sense. They all just thread into or attach to the T-slots. Come on. And these could be a bit larger, to be totally honest. If we screw it in, then at least we should be able to get the T-nuts in. Yeah, rapid coverage from Joel or stream from me. Oh, you choose what you like more. If you want to watch Joel, I'm totally okay with that. No hard feelings. Oh yeah, or just if you have a device that supports multiple tabs, just, you know, create 2 windows, create 2 tabs, watch both. Okay, so that's that, and that goes onto the side, so these just get aligned. So they slip in, I guess. No? Oh, they don't slip in. No. Oh no, can this pull off? Yeah, so at least I can slide it in from the end. Yeah, no? There. Surprisingly hard. So I guess, yeah, with the design of this bracket, you can't really just slip it on. And then just making sure these nuts tilt in all the way or swivel in all the way. And there we go. And these might need to come off as well. And then it's basically 2 of these parts, one left, one right. So I'm just going to drop in the hammer nut or the T-nut. Now, when it comes to these sort of nuts, I very much prefer the spring-loaded ones that you swivel in from the top versus T-nuts if you can't like drop the parts onto. T-nuts are great if you can attach them to your part and then just drop it on because then they swivel in place. But as is like that, these slide around a lot and it makes it often quite tricky to align them. So the half circular ones with a little spring-loaded divot in the back, those are just a lot easier to use because you swivel them in and they stay in place. All right, let's see if I can get this in here on the first try. Yep, that jumped into place. And that's swiveling. Oh yeah, good to have you around, CRS1. Oh no, but the rear one wasn't attached. I was paying attention to the chat and not to what I was doing. Classic. There we go. And then this slides all the way back. There we go, yeah, and 3DQ is in chat taking notes of my experience, so that is always good to see. All right, 2 built. This one has the nuts already on there. I'm gonna take this off because probably we're not gonna need it. Actually, I could grab my Bosch Go, but I'm too lazy to go find the correct bit for that. All right, so next up. You are installed, that's installed, that's installed. Attach the printer, rotate the printer onto the right side. So the right side, I guess, is the one with the power supply. Tilt in, make sure it goes all the way up front. Using a free hand, align the T-nut with the Allen key, then fasten with an M5 bolt. Using a free hand, I'm gonna need both hands already. Use the rear hole as well, okay. Bracket should be flush against the overhanging edge of the front plate, so against this bit right here. All right, let's go try that. So right side is this side. The problem with the Prusa is it doesn't really sit all that well on its sides. So there's a rubber foot in the way that needs to come out. Of course, this thing isn't going to be sitting on its original feet anymore. And then this is supposed to sit right up here. Okay. So let's try that again. Yeah, this lip, really, I don't know if that, well, I don't think that actually does anything. So either this lip needs to go, or they need to use the different swivel-in fasteners. There's one, there's two. And then what helps with these is to have them like back away from your from the edge that you're going to be aligning to, so that you can slide it in and slide it around and give yourself a bit of leeway right there. Because you can always slide it that way, but you can never slide it further that way. And actually, this needs to sit here. Okay, so not a lot of adjustment there, but we're going to make do. Did that rotate in? I don't think it did. Now it did, okay. I hope, yeah. Yeah, that's also the other thing with these hammer nuts. You don't always know for sure when they're going to rotate and when they're just not going to want to rotate at all. So if you have a clear view of what's happening, like I have now, that's okay, that's workable. But I've had parts with like 4 or 5 nuts on there, and it was just impossible to see. And then, of course, the nut just tightens against your plastic and not against the backside of that, excuse me, against the backside of that slot. So onto the other side you go. That is very precariously balanced, and this is going to go right here. The foot, of course, can come off as well. These are still the original Prusa feet that would pop out as soon as you'd move the printer at all. So these just kind of twist in the original slot, and as soon as you move the printer, these would just pop out. They've since fixed that. They've since used screw-in feet, so that is not a problem anymore. 1 and 2. Roll-in nuts, yeah, if that is what they're called, like I said, that is what I do prefer as well. I mean, Atea, what do you mean doing it in the hardware? Is there an easy way to use these? Because I don't know of any easier way to do that. Stephen is asleep. Okay. So whoever Stephen is, I guess you guys can harp on him however much you want. He's not going to be able to retaliate. So we have 1 nut and 1 screw left over. Okay. I don't know what we're going to use that for, but perhaps we're going to find out. And there is our Robo Mark III. That is much less of a tilt angle than I was expecting. So apparently this is, well, I guess it does kind of make sense. Apparently this is going to be enough for parts to just slide off. But yeah, as you can see, like this is very easy to push down. So if you go like full vertical, that would make it even easier for parts to slide off. But in that case, like the stepper motors are going to have a real hard time moving that bed around. So I guess the 15, 20 degrees or however much this is of tilt, that was really a compromise of making sure that, yeah, the y-axis can still be driven like at original speeds, but parts can still drop off. Okay, so that is installed. Let's see what's up next. Guidance panels onto the inside of the Prusa frame, ensuring they come flush with the front plate. Yeah, so this is basically just to make sure that you don't jam or you don't drop parts like right into the mechanics at the bottom, but instead they slide out the front. Okay, so that's it. Clip. Okay, so these clip in. Let's see. that is these. Oh, these look way larger on the CAD model. Stay. And then that goes on this side. Ah, okay, so it's got these little, I guess, spring-loaded printed clips that allow it to sit in the T-slot and just clip in. You don't need any fasteners. So these are not going to be secured in super tightly, but they should hold. Unless they're snapped in half, then they're not going to hold all that well, but this is going in, as is this side, and okay. Sits over the front tensioner, front idler. And then there is, of course, the slot in the center to allow for the belt clamp to pass through. Yep, and that is a bit of a problem because that seems to collide with the clamp a bit. I guess this doesn't sit completely flush in the slot, or it is just ever so slightly tilted. Is this going to clear? Yeah, barely. There's like a millimeter of clearance, so that is still going to work. Slightly springy. All right, and then you are some sort of a splitter. I wonder why they have like this raised splitter piece in the center here that I guess, so this clips or screws in here, and then that, like, I don't know, stops prints from going straight, but splits. I don't know. Let's see how this gets installed. And this is, from what it sounds like, this is PLA. So bold choice. Is it PLA though? Hold on, let me do the spatula test real quick. Yeah, it's PLA. Smells like PLA for sure. So this just gets attached to the underside of the bed, and it is basically right up against the bed. I wonder if that's going to deform in the end. No idea. P3. So remove the front 3 screws as well as the 3 spacers separating. So this is going to sit right up against the PCB heater. Oh wow, is this PLA? I mean, all that I can tell is it very much, everything points to the fact that this is PLA. So, bold choice. Let's see if it pays off. And I hopefully get a chance to use my, nope, that's a 2mm. I had a 2mm of these. I had a 2mm comfort grip tool, but it is somewhere and it is not within reach. That's a 5. That's not the one I want. So there's probably going to be a 2mm in here somewhere. That's a 1.5. That's a 2.5. That's a 2. So you come out. And the spacer we're also not going to need anymore. Okay, these are stainless steel spacers even. I never recognized that. Okay, so info from 3DQ about what this thing is printed off. It is PLA. It smells like PLA. It feels like PLA, but either it is annealed or it anneals at 85 to 130 C. That's what they're saying. It anneals. If it is annealed, then that is a very good choice of material. If it's just a material that anneals but isn't annealed yet, that can cause some warping in practice. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they tried this and kind of know what they're doing. All right, so this just squeezes in instead of the original stainless spacers. Of course, that is a less precise fit. Let me see. So this is, yeah, it feels like it's a bit thicker than the original spacer. So maybe half a millimeter or something. Of course, the correction, the probing is going to take that out. That's a bit less on that side. The probing is going to take that out, but it does change the geometry of your bed. So you're going to have a very slight curve in the bed that wasn't there before. Not that it matters that much, not that this is like a high precision setup, but just something to keep in mind maybe. Why does this thread feel weird? May have just cross-threaded that, but okay. There's no other way that was going in. That one feels better. Spaces are inserted in the printed part? Really? Oh, the spaces go in. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Janne Grunau. Okay, so we can actually get a depth reference here. Oh, there is some lateral spacing here. This spacer is not going to do anything, if I'm being honest. So this is just very much below flush. That is probably pretty hard to see, but yeah, that is, there's like 0.2 of a millimeter or something of a gap in here, and you can see that flying around there maybe. So your bed is going to sit on the printed part and not on the spacer. So until this part, also there's a lip in here. There is a large printed lip in there. There you can see that. The spacer doesn't exactly go in here. Goes onto this one, but yeah, here it's okay. Here the space is actually poking out. Here it is above the surface, and you can see as I move my wrench around, this actually hits the space and moves that. But on the other side, not so much. Not so much. Even if I press down on it to make sure the printed part is in there, it does not contact the spacer. So this part is actually a wedge. So it's thinner on this side and a lot thicker on that side. Actually, let me get a drill and some calipers, and we can investigate. We do have the tools. So calipers are over here in the office, because I did just measure out a Samsung The Space monitor mount, which doesn't have a VESA mount and has a very weird foot. So I needed that next to my workstation. So let's see, we have over here, if I can get this flush, 5.2, 5.3 something, 5.33, somewhere along that line. And then over here we have 5.7. Wow, okay, that's half a millimeter. That's half a millimeter from here to there. What do we have in the center? Yeah, just the center. Where is that coming from even? Ah, yeah, okay, you can see it in the first layer actually. So if we take a really close look, and this is interesting because these parts again are printed on the system that we're going to install. This might be operator error on Quinly's side, but over here we have very visible gaps between the first layer lines, and you can see the second layer poking through. So this side is way too high on the first layer, but it sticks because they're using a wide first layer and thick layers in general. Which again is one of the tips I usually give as well, just to make sure you don't have to adjust your bed all that precisely. So that is way too high, and this side, this other edge over here, can we get a reflection, maybe? There we go. This side over here looks pretty much perfect, maybe on the edge a bit squished. So that is the short side, and that is the tall side over here. Of course, yeah, how much of a difference that makes. It sits on the plastic on this side. It sits on the spacer on this side. So, yeah, not fantastic. And these spacers are well, I do have some calipers here, so let's use those. 6 millimeters. So I will grab a 6.5. Where did I put my drills? There's my drills. I've got them right at hand. I'll grab a 6.5 and drill these out. Or at least drill at the center one. 6.5. There we go. And just a lick on the other two as well to make sure that those are well clearanced. Yes, that is carpet below or underneath my feet, and I'm shoving swarf onto them or onto the carpet, but the vacuum robot will take care of that pretty soon. Okay. So another question is, how do I install these spacers without them falling out? The appropriate answer is upside down. Well, if I set it down onto the bed, yeah, then the printer is still going to want to fall off the backside. But at least I can get these spacers in, slide it in, and then I can install it and screw it down. Okay, so that's in. Oops. Let's get you back onto the correct side. Don't drop it. Yeah, I've dropped worse things. Also, I'm not Linus. Don't worry about it. That was a very contradictory sentence. Okay, so we've got the spaces in. Like I said, I don't think they actually do all that much, but yeah, they do need to go in, so we do install them. It does look pretty nice because it does match the black of the PCB. Come on. Now you want to cross that. Huh. Okay, you're in, you're stripped, and you're in as well. Okay. All right. Push the spaces into the holes. Place the screws. Relocate the LCD. Attach the mounting bracket to the circuit board as shown below, and then replace the LCD cover. So basically connectors, that's a newer model that has angled connectors, mine doesn't. So with the, facing towards the bottom, that should be easy enough. There's still the screw in here somewhere. I guess I'll just grab another one, because that screw from the LCD probably is gone by now. So we've got these clips, this board. Okay, so this is screwed in. That I think actually is the original SD card, the original good RAM 16 gig card. Okay, I probably lost half of the viewers by doing that, but we have one more. Eric's asking, hey, can you drop a Voron without it affecting anything in the next print? No, definitely not. Voron, as nicely as it is built, it is not a machine that you can just drop and expect it to work. It does have auto calibration and all that, but something is going to break for sure. So you come out, maybe, yep. Oh, the original knob was still in there. So that's the, oh, hello there, nut. That's the orientation you use it in. So this goes on like that. Okay, that's a bit tight on these parts. First layer, bit squished down, bit of an elephant foot. It doesn't quite slip on there as smoothly as it could. So just double checking. This goes on, yeah, with the feet facing down. So that's the correct orientation right there. And is there, I guess the only requirement for the positioning is to make sure they clear the mounting hardware. Eric, these original LCD covers, they don't have any inserts in here. They just literally have, you know, tapped plastic. Well, I don't know if it's even tapped, but you're screwing into plastic. And that is good enough for what this thread needs to do this way. That's good enough for what this thread needs to do. So it has worked on Prusas. They may have changed it since then. They may have added a threaded insert or some other thing, but yeah, this just goes into raw plastic. Okay, so there are, oh, this is on there really tight. There are some cutouts in the original LCD housing or in the original LCD frame, and I somehow managed to line it up pretty well on the first try. There we go, and that should clear. A little lip on the back that snaps in. Except it doesn't. Except it doesn't because the fit of the Quinly parts into the original plastic shroud is just not right. So there's like a millimeter, half a millimeter of interference between this edge here and the Prusa part, so I'm going to need to take that off, otherwise this thing is not going to clip in, and whenever I use this it's going to poke out and it's going to be annoying. Yeah, we have the screws in the bottom, but this clip up here also needs to clip in. As you can see, that is somewhat bent out because it doesn't quite clip into place. So that needs to come out again, and then this edge, yeah, you can see where it rubs actually. There's a bit of white powdery stuff on there. That needs to come off. And for that, I'm going to need a knife. Where did I put my knife? Well, one of them. I had a knife to unbox this a second ago. That doesn't feel like PLA. I think it might be. It feels like it's fiber reinforced, but it cuts very, very interestingly. Not quite as breaky as PLA. That's the best word I could come up for that. Now this also feels like it sounds like it's a. You can hear that, right? It sounds like it's a fiber reinforced material. Okay, so that, oh yeah, look at that. That slides in much more nicely. And now the clip right there is immediately engaged. So just a bit of a tolerance issue. It might be that this part is designed with like newer Prusas in mind. This is like one of the very first Prusa Mark IIIs, and I know Prusa does change the dimensions around quite a bit and updates parts as they go. So this might just have been designed for a newer iteration of this part. Are these the correct screws? I think they are. There we go, that's gripping. Yeah, Jack, like I said, this is and a very original Prusa MK3. Eric, yeah, so it's not a super high precision part, but if there, since none of these are, not the Quinly part or the original part that we're assembling to, it should be designed on the. I'm sorry, this noise. It should just be designed to like err on the side of clearance, on the side of a bit of a looser fit. Instead of having a bit of interference fit where parts are just not going to fit together. So easy fix, just a bit of carving with the knife, and this material does carve rather nicely. And there we go, there is our updated screen. And this just clips onto, well, let's consult the manual first. And this just clips onto the top of the frame. And yeah, so the manual says to clip it onto the left-hand side of the frame, which I will do because that is where our LCD cables are. Clip onto? Really? There's like I need to deform this by like 3 millimeters to get this on here. Wow. So you're seeing that? You're seeing how those feet line up there? That's not a clip. Oh, it broke. Yeah, that's, I mean, look at these hooks. Look at these extra aggressive hooks back here. So the frame is going to sit in here in the end, but that does not clip. That does not clip. Okay. This one's on here barely. The other one's going to need a zip tie. Yeah, like those don't need to be that aggressive to stay on there at all. Like a 1 millimeter lip would easily have done. Zip ties, zip ties, zip ties. When you have some stuff but you don't know where, that's Coldplay. You'll probably copyright it. Oh, zip ties, found some. Don't know where these are from. That's got a zip tie on here. There we go. So problem with this zip tie is, it should work. It should work. There is very little clearance between the tool head and this front plate once it moves up here. So this might rub on here, but if it does, we can keep an eye out for it. Electrician's solution to all problems is zip ties. No, that's just everyone's solution to all problems. Unless you're one of those folks who uses duct tape. Duct tape is never a good solution. Okay, it's overheating? I've never had that before. My A7S III literally just overheated. It is very warm to the touch. How? Why? I've done hours of live streams with this thing. Never once have I had an issue with that. Is there an option to like extend the overheating option, overheating setting? Huh, it's got the overheating warning on it. Maybe I can, you know what, I'll just grab my IKEA air purifier and just give it a bit of an airstream. In its general direction, and hopefully that should give it just a bit of cooling that it needs. Wow, A7S3, always up for something new. No HVAC in here at all, no sunshine in here. But you're right. This is actually probably the warmest room that I've ever streamed in. So it might just be that I've never noticed this camera getting close to overheating. But yeah, in this new studio, it's not a basement room that's like at a constant 17 degrees. Good point. Good point. I might need to figure something out there. So if it dies again, we'll see. We'll see. I thought overheating wasn't that much of a problem with that camera. Oh yeah, and of course when the camera is dead, we have no audio. You guys are right. So yeah, A7S3, overheated. Interesting. Always something new. So let's see. Oh, we're done. Just need to add the clips, which I assume are the same aggressive. Oh, these are less aggressive. Look at that. These are actually where's my B camera? There's my B camera. Nope, there's my B camera. These actually look to be a less aggressive clip profile than the screen. So I think this should be the same profile as on the LCD. So that is just going up here. And ooh, that LCD cable doesn't look too good. It's a bit nicked. That might be my fault. So you go here, you go there. I guess you could more cleanly route this through the electronics enclosure and have it come out up here somewhere, but I'm not going to bother for now. If this works, I can always come back and clean it up a bit more and do stuff like, you know, reroute these a bit more nicely. But as long as they don't like dangle into any moving parts, we should be a-okay. Yeah, that's the sort of fit that I'm looking for. Look at that, just over here, press it on, there we go. And I'm gonna add one more zip tie because I'm kind of afraid of the Z-axis there, or the X-axis more in that case. Top tab is less aggressive. Yeah, it's really cute. That's something that can definitely go into the manual. Like right there, have a little mark or like a hint, like, hey, this is how you safely install them. If there is one specific way to install them without any hassle. But okay, we are done with the install. That's good. That's there. Was I actually on screen cap? I don't know. But we are done. So that's the new injection molded spool mount. And I guess you're still So this proposes an interesting point here. So since you're adding the spool mount, there it is. Yeah, you're adding the spool mount to this, and now you have this cantilever. So we'll be using the Protopasta HTPLA TOM, the tangerine orange metallic gold. So since you have your filament now kind of on a cantilever, basically you are adding a bit of stress. That's a wobbly boy. You are adding a bit of stress to the frame. So this is kind of bending the frame forward more than it would. I guess typically it bends it backwards a bit. Like, yeah. it probably doesn't make that much of a difference, to be honest. Maybe a bit more, but now what I'm getting at is now you are bending the frame forward with the weight of the spool instead of having that, when it's upright, that slight backwards bend. It's probably rigid enough. But yeah, it's a bit more of a wobbly boy than it was before. So since it's only these 3D printed brackets that are holding it laterally, so I guess the x-axis, yeah, the x-axis can very easily shake this thing around. We will see how much of a difference it actually makes. Am I missing anything in chat? Nope. Want to double check the print, the bracket alignment, it's pretty wobbly. Yeah, bracket alignment. So it is kind of lifting up at the front edge. Might be my table that's kind of crooked. Yeah, no, so that's how they're aligned. So this is all the way forward, and the other side is all the way forward as well. But these guys are just, they make a nice sound though. Okay. It does only make partial contact with the. What is going on? Looks like this guy is like turned. Okay, we're gonna worry about that once we come to it. Let's focus on the rest of the setup first. So that's done. Plug and play Quinly wireless hub. That I think is what we have. Calibrating Z offset. Please use the official Prusa Z probes. Yes, we have that. So we're going to need to adjust that probably all the way down. 0.8 to 1 millimeter above the tip of your nozzle. I don't think that's. Yeah, I think we're going to have to slam this all the way down, like I said. Yeah, so I think the original calibration on this machine at least is around 0.8 or 0.9, which means the trigger point of the probe is when the nozzle is 0.8 millimeters above or floating above the bed surface, and the vapor bed is thicker than that. So we will definitely need to adjust that. So we're going to have to reset that. Quinly wireless hub setup. Wi-Fi. What? Should be Wi-Fi. Why is this not working? That's actually, it's wired, isn't it? Huh? I plugged in your Wi-Fi stick. There we go. Be happy, Windows 11. Installation kit. Can I don't want to watch the video. I dislike video guides, even though I make them myself. Yeah, how ironic. But I like being able to scroll through stuff. Yep, preloaded with Quinly. Vented enclosure. Oh, it has Ethernet. Maybe we can use the fishy Ethernet connection with this thing. That might actually be the way to go. If this system has issues with the wired Ethernet, then I can use this Ethernet cable for the Quinly, or for the, what's it called? Quinly wireless hub. It's a pretty good idea. And that, again, this was working in the Warren. I had this plug in it for weeks. Okay, plug it in, and then we can use this computer to actually access that. Wi-Fi, nah, Wi-Fi is just, no, we're skipping that. We're making that way easier for us. Please allow for up to 10 minutes for the wireless hub to self-configure wireless. Now we're not doing wireless. Updating. Not going to update. So where do we connect to the printer? What's the IP address? That's Wi-Fi. We don't need Wi-Fi. Oh, you will see an IP address appear on your printer's LCD screen. Okay. So I'm going to power this up. I'm going to give it some... Is there no way to like screw this together? This keeps falling apart. I know. There is a solution to that. This way. So I'm going to give it some juice, allow it to auto-configure to do its thing, and then, much better. And then I'm going to see if this printer actually displays any info for us. So we're going to find power outlet for you. That's a rather short cable. I'm going to need an extension cable for that. Because I don't know if I want to move this around in the end. So let's grab this 5-meter long extension cord, because why not? 230 volt, man. Makes everything so easy. You can just use a 5-meter extension cord and not worry about it burning down. Okay, there we go. I'm just double checking this is 230 volt suitable, yeah. And you just plug in. There we go. RGB fan, because why not? Ethernet is doing something. Oh, we do need to plug it into the printer. Almost forgot. Then the printer needs some juice. I hope that wasn't too late. How am I switching cameras without using the buttons? It's voice control actually. So if I just say B camera, look, it switches. If I say top camera, sometimes the voice control doesn't work all that well. Sometimes it chooses the correct or the incorrect camera, but it usually fixes itself after a couple of seconds, so it's pretty good. A cam. There you go. That's how I do that. A very, very easy way to go about that. I just hope my Ethernet works. Oh, I probably have to turn on the printer too. Yeah. Ethernet. One light, one orange light. One orange light. One orange light means it's doing something, but it's not really connected, right? Oh, but it is connecting to the printer, so that is good. B camera up. There we go. It's even got, look, it's even got automatic camera panning. So if we switch to the B camera, there we go, and it's a pan down. No, that misinterpreted. Pan down, B camera, down. Switch to B camera. B camera up. There we go, that works. Yeah, very, very easy thing to do. Mark 3S firmware detected on Mark 3 printer. That is not the message I wanted to see. That is not the message I wanted to see. So we flashed the Mark 3S firmware to the Mark 3. So we're going to have to reflash that to A regular Mark III. Printer type changed. Oh, now it's resetting. Okay, so this is from, where were we? Wireless hub setup. Oh, for Mark III's. Okay, they've got, So the preparations is like, hey, please ensure your Mark III firmware is version 3.1.0 or newer, download here, but yeah, I clicked the one for the Mark III's Plus, so that's not the correct one. I have to refresh this. Mark III's, Mark III, Mark III. That's the one we want. That's actually 3.11. It's a bit newer. So that needs to be the correct one. And you need to plug into the PC again. Oh, now where do I plug in without unplugging other stuff? Yep. All right, so that's unzipped. Configuration flash. That's detected, and we're doing the one for the Mark III. Why didn't you guys tell me? You guys should have an eye out for this sort of stuff. Chad, I'm disappointed in you. That's the wrong mouse. That's the mouse I want to have. There we go. God, I've got so many screens going on. Don't even know where my mouse is going. Oh, and I've got two computers, so like, everything's a mess. Righty-ho. So that is flashing. That's going to take a second. Do we have a link already? The question is, with the Rock Pi, one orange, green doesn't light up. I don't think that is doing much of a connect. Let me check my router real quick. Yep. And see if that actually pops up anything. Actually, let's see if that is already bringing something up. So either it's you or you, and I don't know what either of these devices are. So this, I don't know how long the release time is by default, but it looks like it's been online a bit too long. What are you? I don't know, you're probably not something. Nope. And what are you? You're also not something. So I guess there's something wrong with that. Is it Ethernet ports in the wall or something? I have no idea. I'm probably going to have to run upstairs and plug that into the router directly. Huh. Okay. That's flashed. Flash successful. I really hope this Ethernet cable is long enough. If not, I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle here. Don't think it's long enough. I don't think it is long enough. Well, maybe it is. Okay, let's hope I unplug the correct one, otherwise the stream is gone. Still streaming? That's a good thing with a studio like this, where I can get to everything. Yeah, this should be long enough. So I'm just going to plug in directly into the router. Oh, I need to go up there. I don't know. Was working fine last time. Might be temperature, might be a back crimp. Well, is it crimping patch, I guess. I have no idea, but thankfully we can fix these things. On the fly, quick and dirty. Hi, internet. So we're just gonna dangle this down. And that's my router up here, so just in here directly. Okay. And then that should be our radio. Hup. There goes my microphone. Just kind of dropped that. No worries. We're all good. Okay, biggest problem apparently today is fighting IT. It's not the build, it's not the hardware, it's not the software, it's just a bad patch. So this goes directly to the router, and it is still lighting up. It is still lighting up orange. But now we get green. Cool. But because we did the firmware upgrade, I don't know if this is actually going to show up anything. Nope, it's not going to show. So let's jump back into our router. Ah, there we go. There it is. Rock64. Boop. Come on. Can't reach this page. Why do you refuse? No. You don't refuse on my terms. You're there. You're booted up. You're here. Come on, let me connect. Don't do this to me. Am I? Let's see if there's anything else. It should display an IP address on the printer. Allow for up to 10 minutes. Okay, so it might just be that it does have an IP address, that the Ethernet connection is working, but the system is still setting up. It's kind of the same as with Octoprint, where it just takes a while for the initial configuration, the initial setup. We're skipping all the Wi-Fi stuff. So basically we're just waiting for this thing to come online. Yeah. Wait. Recycling everything due to the firmware update. So the question is, can I just unplug this guy, or do I have to shut down? Because that is a problem with Octoprint. If you unplug it one too many times, all of a sudden it stops working and you're kind of screwed. And you have to reconfigure everything. Oh, actually, do I need to plug the printer into the thing? So can I just power cycle this or hard cycle this without any ill effects? Try port 8080. Let's do that. Let's try port 8080. 8080, but oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, do you really need to? I guess maybe if you're on the if you get the message on the screen, if you actually plug stuff in the correct order, I didn't, it would show you the IP address plus the port. I don't know. We didn't get that. I plugged it in too late, I think. But now we have what looks like an interface. This is all new to me. Okay, printer uptime, 7 days, 23 hours. Wow, this has been online for a while. It's been quite the stream today. 00, that doesn't look like it's connected. Give me a name. Send to give me a name. No response. Okay, so I plugged this in after this thing was power cycled, or after this thing was already turned on. Printer settings, give me a name. Oh, it's not actually called give me a name. Mark III Q. Idle, but no temperatures. Yeah, so there is no, no power cycle button, so I assume I can just unplug this and reboot it. So I shall try that. Wait a couple seconds. Sometimes the voice control works too well, and it kind of switches cameras by itself. That should be good. And there we go. Do I want to get to this or not? It doesn't actually fit in the side. So it is just too large, just too long to fit in the side. So it's going to have to live underneath the entire setup, which is kind of a shame because this is a nice case. Can I do this upright? Nah. No, it's actually going to have to live in the darkness underneath the machine. And these are the same. I got rid of my hex keys. These are the same 2.5, 3mm. 3mm screws. Yep. Where do I have space for it on the printer frame somewhere? Nah, doesn't look like it. Come on. Yeah, that's why I hate these hammer nuts. This one doesn't swivel in. There we go. Now it's swiveling in. I'm not going to do the second one. Really, it doesn't matter. And I don't want to reach in there that deeply. It's fine. Right. Are you booted up already? Come on, still booting up. Time zone issues, I mean, Paul, I don't know if you have like a 7-day time zone difference somewhere, but yeah. So what I did with the setup is, I think I had it plugged in initially when I plugged in the Rock 64 first. Then I unplugged it, did the firmware upgrade, replugged it into the Rock Pi. That probably isn't the way you're supposed to do it. Could use a second zip tie? Yeah, maybe. Could use a couple more zip ties. Will you connect, please? That is not the snappiest guy to boot up. But we do have a connection, so yeah. So let's get the bed installed while we're at it. So I feel like this has kind of smooshed down just a bit more than what we originally started out with. Interesting lines. I wonder whether that is from the Vapor bed or from the original Prusa surface. Ah, okay, it just connected to the printer. Fans just spun up. Interesting lines. But yeah, since this is on an original bed, that can just go on that like so. Okay, and we have what feels like connection, waking up printer. So the fans just spun up on the machine, so that means they just spun up again. That should mean that it's talking to it. IP change now. Oh, we're good. It's going to give it the same IP every time. That's just something that routers typically do. Spinning up the fans again. It's like it's the third time trying to connect. Is there a console or a log that we could look at? Spinning up again. It's the printer is actually resetting while we do that. That screen is so hard to read at the wrong angle. Oh, there's the IP. Okay, that took it like 5 tries. That took it like five attempts. But here we go. Okay, so it does display the full IP with the port, with the 8080 port, even if it's like super hard to read. But yeah, okay, do we get, yes, we do get actual temperatures. We do get a 9-hour uptime. That sounds like a time zone shift. So that clearly is wrong. But yeah, let's click here, G-code console. That looks correct. All right, queue, no jobs in queue, files where we can upload stuff, and I guess from here you can just add stuff to the queue. I wonder if live chat support is online now. It's Discord, okay. Right, so next up, let's jump into the setup again. So we did this, we did the wireless setup, or we did the wired setup. Calibrating Z offset. Yeah. Make sure the Z probe is this amount up from the tip of your nozzle. I'm going to ignore this, and I'm going to go even lower than this. So do we have an option to go? I don't think this is part of the calibration wizard on the machine itself, where you can actually go down to 0. So, how do we do this? So looking at the probe, it's actually pretty far down already. There's maybe 0.5 millimeter, just judging by eye. So I'm gonna try a auto home. I'm going to try an auto home. Got my finger on the trigger here, if I can find it. Oh, power switch is over here. Okay, didn't need it. It homed. Okay, that was easy enough. But the nozzle is 100% touching. So this is going to be a very tricky shot to get in here. Maybe if we go from the side, you might be able to see what's going on. So if you go right here, I don't know if you, and I don't have a fan shroud on here. Huh. Wow. If you go in here from the side and we zoom in all the way, you can kind of see that. So that will need to be opened up. These L handle or T handle, these T handle hex keys, hex wrenches, not a fan, to be honest. Everyone recommends them. Everyone says like, oh, these are the best thing ever, but I'm not getting it. They're always too large to be usable. So never had a, an opportunity where it was like, oh yeah, these might make my life easier. It's always been, these actually make my life harder. So I actually prefer just standard L-style wrenches. So this is almost a bit too low. So this is basically touching, the nozzle is touching the bed, and this thing is touching the bed. The problem is you can't adjust it all too finely with this clamp. It does tend to clip into the threads, but I guess if I pull it up just a bit, it should be just enough to clamp it above the bed. So yeah, I know there are instructions for this. Yeah, this should be, yeah, this is good. I know there are instructions for this, but since this is the bed plus the sticker, which already typically is a taller bed setup than what you have with a coated bed like this. So this coating layer is a lot thinner than the stickered PI on this bed. We are going to the limit of what the sensor can still detect. So it's going to have to detect through the Vapor bed and through the original PI bed and through 2 layers of adhesive to go onto the actual steel. So a bit tricky, but should be all right. So Actually, you know what? This was at negative 1.4. Bed, stay. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't need to do that at all. Apparently the pinner probe is a lot more lenient in the way that that it triggers than I expected, or that I remembered. So, okay, going back to 0. I'm just changing the texture 1 setting. Sorry if this is hard to see, but this is super hard to show as well. But even at 0, it's touching. So okay. I did need to change it. I did need to adjust it. So this is with offset at 0, and I know the fan is loose. Because there's no fan shroud on here. Need to print one. Even with the offset at 0, the nozzle is still touching. So this is definitely bending down a bit more than I like. So it does need to go onto the very, is that the correct nozzle? Yeah, that's correct wrench, yeah. So it does really need to go onto the very bottom setting, the bottom notch in this case. Come on, you already dropped down? I think so. So the goal really is to get a gap between the nozzle and the bed when I just go to 0, to home. Calibration, auto home. And yeah, I can just barely see this, the tiniest amount of a gap. Yeah, the bed does slide down every time you somehow turn off the driver, either through a menu option or by resetting the printer as it just did now. that? So I'm going to go into auto home again. I'm going to pay close attention to whether this is touching or not. And it is just barely not. Okay. So if I bias this down while I screw it down, it should be all right. Barely. I mean, this is really at zero, and there's like 0.5 millimeters of a gap or something. So we're really playing it close here. Okay, now that's that. Now we do need to calibrate the Z offset here. So about the thickness of a tip of a zip tie or a credit card. Yeah, we're way closer to the bed here. Use an expired credit card. Oh, buy bed. That just slipped down. Okay, so basically do the regular calibration. So we're going to do the regular calibration. I'm going to load up my Protopasta HDPLA here. And we're going to go to, yeah, I'm going to stick it, I'm going to leave it on texture. Camera up. I'm going to leave it on the texture preset. That's just the default now. I'm not going to bother changing it to smooth because like this is the only sheet that this printer is going to see. Well, actually, you know what? You could print on just a regular PI sheet like this. You're just not going to get the auto eject feature. You could still use it with that. Calibration. So we're going to do the first layer calibration. Is filament loaded? Yes. Well, actually, I should have gone no. No. Please load filament first. Ah, come on. Load filament. We're going to load PLA. So that's going to take just a second to heat up. Maybe I can find a better angle for the screen. Nah. Ah, that's just horrible from any angle. CRS1, when are we getting another melt zone? As soon as Stefan has time. He's also moving studios. Well, Stefan is moving studios right now, so he's in a bit of a crunch, but hopefully we should get the time to record another episode soon, TM. And I hope that's not Valve time soon. Preheating to load. Come on. Okay, press the knob to load. I do want to press the knob down here, but the knob is now up here, so that should load up, and we can jump over to the bed level or bed height. That's hot. Bed height calibration. That's good enough. It's orange on orange, so we're not going to see the difference anyway. Calibration, first layer calibration. Let's go. Filament is loaded. Yes, we have PLA loaded. Bed heating. I do have my thermal camera here somewhere. Because we are adding another sheet or another layer of surface onto this. There is going to be a bit of a temperature delta typically. Do I have my thermal camera here? That is, I thought I had it here, but nah, that's the problem when you have two studios and when you're moving from one to the other. You have half your stuff at one, half your stuff at the other. I do think that the way that you see just the texture in this bed as it just slides down, this is going to be a bit of a cooler spot. It does feel like there's enough heat passing through it. I didn't touch it, I just hovered my hand over it. But that's going to be something I'm going to have to check with thermal camera. Yeah, no polarizing filter on this on these cameras, but it's just the blue is hard to film. So this color of blue is hard to film anyway. And then since we're filming from the bottom a bit, it is actually hard to read by eye as well. Okay, heating done. Camera down. Camera like there. That would be so cool to have like a gesture detection actually going on to automatically move that camera. So yeah, this is so I mean just very barely not touching down with the nozzle. It looks like it is just making contact with the molten puddle of filament on the bottom, but we are very close to getting away with this. Okay, prime line. It looks like it's at the perfect distance already. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. No, actually. Actually, that is too high up. That is actually clogging. It looks like it's clogging, but it's just dragging it off of the surface. To note, I did not wipe down the bed with water and soap because this was fresh out of the package and I didn't touch it. So I'm down 1/10 at this point. And that is looking good, and it is sticking. Okay, that is looking good. Eric says, can I use a shadow board or a French cleat system or pegboard to store my tools? Nothing yet. As you can see, it's literally just, it's a blank wall behind me. There are going to be some tools on here eventually. I think I'm going to get some Euro pegboard, some of the standard pegboard that you can just buy for like almost no money on Amazon. Ooh, that releases very easily. And put it behind me, put some tools up. There is also actually over there, you might be able to see them in one or two shots. I just got a lathe and a mill, so those are going to go. Those are going to go in the corner over there, but that's something to figure out. So interestingly, this pulled up. So the height looks perfect. The height looks absolutely perfect. There's like no ridges in here, there's no gaps in here, but it pulled up on the corner, and this is very, very light adhesion. So how do I remove this bit up here without damaging the bed? No scraper blades. So I just use finger. Huh? Okay, that has like very, very light adhesion. Okay. Okay, Z height is okay, so we should be able to start a print if we increase the extrusion width by a bit. I'm gonna get this washed off with some water and soap now. and then that should be okay for a print. I'm going to reach that to my AI camera switching apparatus, and that is going to wash it with water and soap, and we can focus on the software setup and make sure that that all works out. So Z offset, that is calibrated to the best of my knowledge. This looks perfect. Didn't stick well, but that might just be temperatures or a larger extrusion width. We should be able to fix that. Submit the job, closely monitor your printed bed. It will elevate in temperature to 30 degrees and probe and proceed to trace a square over the bed at 5 millimeters before commencing a cool down and clearing cycle. I mean, this is mark. Where is that mark G code? Mark print G code. So let's see if we can find that. Mark. Nope. Okay, so we're not going to do the mark G code. Oh, hold on. This tab. Submit the job, start printing. So let's, oh yeah, and before we do that, I do need to swap my nozzle on the Revo. So you get unloaded real quick. And then this is still somewhat hot, but should be somewhat okay. Just use finger, okay. PLA recommended a 230 hot and 60 to 65 bed. Yeah, we were on the lower end of that. There is our Revo nozzle, standard 0.4, and we're gonna grab the 0.8. Like, why not? You know, if you go full bore, you just go full bore. 0.8, and that is, just to reconfirm, yes, that is a 0.8. That is very hard to read. But the 0.8 goes in. Da, 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 da. Okay, Revo nozzle installed. And we can get the filament loaded up again. Okay. So bed can go back on. So this has been freshly washed. And I guess the bed is going to heat up now anyway, so that's fine. That is heating to load, and I guess at this point, really, recommended print settings, increase the temperature a bit, that's fine. Skirt and brim, we recommend turning on the skirt for priming. Oh, for priming. And setting skirt distance equal to the nozzle diameter. So yeah, that basically means that it's printing a brim, essentially, a one round brim, or one trip brim. We can simulate that real quick. I don't have any G codes on here, so let's just grab a G code. G codes, STLs. So why am I getting a SnapMake ad? Why am I getting Bing? Oh God, Prusa. Oh, it's not. Hold on, it's not called Prusa printers again anymore. Printables. Let's see, printablesfree.com. World of printables. God, Bing. Bing, why are you so horrible? Well, I mean, we all know the answer to that. That's what I want. Bing. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah. Hey, oh, he did make a case. I used those today. And I was wondering, like, hey, I need a case of that. What are we going to print? We have a 0.8. We have a 0.8 nozzle installed, so we can do some useful stuff. Look at that! I'm using that exact keyboard. That's literally the keyboard I'm using as we speak. Seems to be a very popular one. Where are we at? Newest. Most liked. If I download something that you guys like, then or if I print something that you guys like, then you're gonna like the stream too, right? So, real world print in place, cam back, clip. I thought this was a design by Mikolash. No, oh, I'm not gonna get in trouble for printing this. That's good. So, G-code, nope, 3MIF, STL. I still like STLs. I'm old school like that. And we're not going to sign up. Well, I could just double click it, I guess. Okay, question number 1. Can I set up this printer? No, that's in physical. That's somewhere else now, isn't it? That's in here. Does it work with this? It doesn't look like it. 3DQ. If you can, this would be like the perfect application for it. If we can just link it with like an Octoprint type API or do it or whatever, that all works in here. Just hit print and it goes, but it doesn't look like that's supported unless I can use one of these presets. So I guess for now we're gonna have to do it manually. So 0.8 nozzle, that's gonna be our preset because we do have a 0.8 nozzle installed. And as per the recommendation, we're gonna bump the temperatures ever so slightly, 230 and 230, and we're gonna go to 65 on the bed. And for the print settings, that's all right, but as always, as I like to do on all of my print profiles, basically first layer very fat, so that just needs to be squished down extremely well, and you do need to compensate by going down to a bit of a lower print speed, but your absolute material flow is going to stay the same. You're still going to be laying down the same amount of material by going with a slower speed and a wider extrusion width. Well, not quite if you go from 0.9 to 1.5, but close enough. Okay, so that's good, that's good. Skirt and brim. The recommendation for the skirt was distance 1 nozzle diameter. So basically we're printing a 1 millimeter brim. So we're gonna disable skirt and we're gonna enable brim. And that should give us a brim, maybe? Where's the brim? Also, this line you can turn off. I'm going to leave it on for now, but typically in like automated printing, you should turn this off, I guess, and just use the brim. Where's the brim? Brim enabled? Why are we not getting a brim? Brim. You know what, let me turn on background processing. Prusa slides without background processing, just no fun at all. But I guess I do need to restart it then. Why is it not printing a brim? Do I actually need to? Oh yeah, right. Because our first layer extrusion width is 0.5. So I'm going to set it to 0.6 and we should get a brim. There it is. Okay. So this should clear with the part. It should just slide off and it's going to be stuck to the part. We do need some support in here actually. What is our print time? 51 minutes. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. Support, I guess we're gonna need that. How long is that? How much time is gonna add? 55. That's fine. That is fine. Okay. So we're gonna export you to the web interface in a second. We're gonna need to load the filament. This has been sitting here waiting. Complicated 3D rotations. You are loaded. Okay, that is a nice fat filament line. Why are you pink? No, that's just because it's the light is shining through it. And this is actually a red filament. Believe it or not. But this is red. And the only reason that it is orange like this is because it has gold flake in it. So if you look at it with light shining through it, it's going to be red or pink in this case. That was lots of fun to make. Should go visit them sometime again. Right, so export G-code. We don't get the nice option to just click send to printer, but that's fine. So we have a queue, we have the files. We're gonna upload files. We're gonna grab the G-code that we just created, and it's gonna add it to our file menu. And we should be able to, oh, okay. Select them, add to queue. Oh, you can select a quantity, and you can select a temperature at which it releases. So I wonder if it actually clears it with the toolhead. We're only going to print one, so it's not going to matter if it doesn't release at 29 degrees yet. Send to queue, view queue. No files in queue. Queue. Come on. Currently printing 1 of the 1. Okay. Why is there no job in the queue? Let me try and add that again. Add to queue 1. Send to queue. Send to queue. View queue. There it is. Okay. So I guess I now need to start this queue. Or is it already printing? It is not. Where do I start this? Get the idle, yeah. Let's consult the manual, I guess. Add to queue, choose your quantity and release temperature, and send it to queue. Ensure your first layer is adhering correctly. Check for correct layer height or peeling. You may abort if any fine-tuning is. Yeah, but why are you not starting? Why are you not doing anything? It's just. It might be because I was in the filament loaded state. So let's try that again. So I'm going to abort all. Delete files from queue. Let's add them again. So printer right now is in just default idle state. Add to queue, 1 piece, view queue, 1 G-code there. Print is idle. Is the printer connected? The printer is connected. It is not connected. That temperature is incorrect. Why did it lose connection? I have no idea. No response. It is plugged in. It is plugged in on both ends. I'm using the USB 3 port, but that I think shouldn't matter. USB 3 port on the RockPi, Rock64. Why are you disconnected? Do I need to power cycle the Quinly again, or the Quinly automatic, what's it called? Server. It is not connected. Can I reconnect somehow? It's saying idle. Reset. that's about it. If you click the G-code console, you can see if you're connected. Nope, I am not connected. And I'm getting no response. So, okay. As with all things, have you tried turning it off and on again? So I will do that. I will turn it off and on again, and that is the Rockpi and that is the printer, and both are off. And I'm going to turn on the printer first, then I'm going to turn on the Pi. That should be the Rock 6. It's not a Pi, I know. I'm going to turn on the Rock 64 next, so that the serial port is already up when the system boots up. So let's see if that helps. So I guess the interface is not going to load right now. Try and load it up again. Yeah, so that's going to be a while. This is online. Yeah, and the Rock is offline for now. Auto leveling may have frozen the ports. Yeah, I wish there was a more robust connection feature. At least in like Octoprint, I can hit reconnect. It doesn't seem like that is actually doing it on the Quinly software. So the thing, of course, is you can use the Quinly bed, the Vapor bed, without the software, without the Pi, the Rock 64, without using their firmware. Well, it's not their firmware, it's the software. It's not going to be the complete experience. There's no queue built into like your printer firmware, but I believe there is something very similar with Octoprint that you can use. So if you just want to use the bed, I guess you can buy the bed just by itself, right? If you want to go full DIY, you might be able to do that. 3dq.com, let's see. Nope. Didn't want to go to R. Let's see what you can get. Oh yeah, they do have a Spaghetti Detective. Oh, look at Spaghetti. They do have a Spaghetti Detective-esque AI as well. Automation, popular, shop. Okay, so printer is spinning up its fans. So it is trying to connect. Now it looks like it's the full system. That's a different part. That's a custom part right there. Is this a different kit? That looks like it's got some different skates and a custom front plate. That looks like it's a slightly different kit than what I got. Though honestly, if this is a new version, then I do prefer this one. That looks like it doesn't have the bounce that I have. I guess it's more visible here. Okay, let's see if we got the software booted up again. There we go, waking up printer. Heating, okay, so it grabbed the job from the queue as it reconnected, and it is automatically sending that to the printer again. Heating, all right. Very, very hard to see. Yeah, and that spool mount really needs to be a bit more towards the center. Otherwise, we're just constantly pulling off filament to the side. Come on. Why are you heating to 170? Oh yeah, it's for the probing, I guess. Nozzle is very clean. Oh, 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 oh. Looks like it was struggling there. Actually touching down. Yeah, it's physically pressing down onto the bed in that corner. It didn't do that before. I wonder what changed. Some problem encountered, which is basically the Prusa's message of saying, yeah, I don't know what exactly is going wrong here. Z-leveling enforced, we're not going to do that. Okay, so it's automatically doing it. I've just reset it. I'm going to have to move the sensor down. I'm going to have to move the sensor down a bit longer. The 0.8 revo should not be longer than the 0.4. They are, at least these newer ones, the original beta revo nozzles were the incorrect size if you used a nozzle that was not a 8.4. But these are the actual finished ones, which is why I checked for the... Oh, this silicone sock is stuck on there pretty well, which is why I checked for the sizing on the nozzle ring right here. This one says 0.4. That's how you know that it is a finished non-beta unit, because the beta ones didn't have these markings and the finished ones did. So I just screwed down the probe just a bit. That should be enough to get it to clear at least. So I'm just going to run the mesh bed leveling again, and we're going to see whether it clears this time, and then of course we're going to have to recalibrate the z-axis. Okay, that's better. But now there's a millimeter of a gap. Ha! Might be that this spindle probe is also not the happiest right now. Okay, so that's working. I'm gonna have to run the level Z again. What's it called? First layer calibration. So many points. And calibration, first layer calibration, we're going to say reset. Yes, we have filament loaded, we have PLA loaded. So we can go ahead and do that. Can we change the temperature? Yeah, we can change the bed temperature. So let's do that and see if we actually get better adhesion. 225 and 65 degrees Celsius. That's going to take a second to heat up. Quick sip from my non-lttstore.com water bottle. Something under the build plate? Nope, that is sitting down flush. So 61 of 65. What's the range on the spool? What does it say? So HDPLA. Thank you for asking, 3DQ. So this is HDPLA that has these settings on it. So 195 to 225 C and room temperature to 60 degrees Celsius on the bed. And that is the filament coat. This isn't the freshest filament, but it still prints fine. This stuff is pretty good. So it's doing the bed leveling again, 65 to 65 it is currently set to, and to 25 on the nozzle. You can probably just barely see that. Oh. I should probably turn down the amount of leveling points. All right, I can do some questions once we get this printing, but until then, I just want to make sure I don't miss anything in the setup process and give this thing the best chance of success that it can get. Okay, calibration done with no issues. That is way too high, I can already tell. Of course, now the printer doesn't know about the fact that it's using a 0.8mm nozzle, so the first layer calibration is going to be not that great. But for the most part, we can still calibrate this by eye at least, and we did get the first layer a very nice squeeze in the slicer settings. So this should be all right, and we're down 0.5. Wow, did find a lot of extra adjustment room in that Pinder. It's looking good on the right side, but on the left it's not that great. But yeah, 0.550. The fact that it's not sticking all that well, like I said, I'm just doing calibration by eye for the most part, and yeah, the fact that we're using a 0.8mm nozzle with the printer thinking it's a 0.4, that's not helping either, but the little calibration patch is actually sticking pretty well this time. So just that extra bump in temperature, I think did make quite a bit of a difference. Now look at that, that stayed just about perfectly. All right, I'm going to use the warning piece of paper to scrape this off. Look at that, that's actually sticking much better than it needs to right now. Just use finger. Yeah, I don't want to get grease on this. There you go. That's released well enough. Okay, actually we got it all off. And the shield is doing its thing. All right, next up, Q. Let's see what this is saying about us, about our printer. It's saying it's heating, but we aborted it during that and it is not heating. So I guess I'm gonna have to power cycle this yet again. So unplug it, replug it. And it's going to be interesting to see what it does with a print that didn't finish. Wrong mouse. So this is just going to take a while to boot up again. Let's see what else we have. So Quinly AI, does that run on the, what's it called? On the Quinly wireless hub, I assume it would. I assume it would run on this very rock Pi. So they do that. They do have the Quinly kits. So for anyone asking how much it is $449 for the kit, which is the bed and the brackets. And I don't think it actually comes with the Rock 64. Yep, so comes with a frame, comes with a bed, LCD mount wire guide, so all the printed parts. Comes with a manual for unlimited use of Quinly Basic for one printer. So that is, what is Quinly Basic? Well, this hub add-on. Quinly software features, okay. So you get the Quinly dashboard. So basically what we have on the Rock 64 here. Dashboard, print time overview, so this is basic Octoprint features. No, I don't want to be better. And then of course you get the queuing, initiates bed cooldown for self-release, runs bed clearance sequence. And starts the next one, file manager, and you get support with that. All right, let's see if you're booted up. Come on. Okay, gonna have to stall for a bit longer here. We were there, materials, we already checked that out. Yeah, so this is the way that it's supposed to be used. Basically, you set your printer up, you put a bin in front of it, and it just goes. You supposedly, again, we're just setting this up right now. You set it up and it just keeps on printing. All you have to do is refill filament, which of course the Prusa is great with it. It has the filament jam and the filament runout sensor. Jigs and fixtures, yes, clean, safe, affordable. So if this works the way it's supposed to, I mean, I guess you can do it with PI as well to get parts that have just no sticky surface on them. If you use hairspray or glue stick or other stuff like that, it always leaves a bit of a nasty surface on the bottom of your part. So you always get like the underside of your parts with that water or alcohol soluble surface. Of course, PI does tend to stick very well, so that's not, if you want to do a quick release like that, not an option. But I know plenty of people who use, for example, Ultimakers, who use hairspray with them, with the glass beds, that just stays on your parts. If you have a bed like this that is just a perma bed, then you're not going to have that. Yeah. Printer is suspended. Why are you suspended? Do I get any info on that? I guess because it didn't successfully complete the previous job. So it is unsuspended now, and there are no jobs loaded in the queue. We can just add to queue, so it just brings us over to the file menu. Oh, nope. Add to queue. Activate windows. When did that? Ha! You know what? You guys don't even see the activate windows because I'm blocking that with my face. And it did add to queue. Okay. So we are heating. I have to move myself over. We have the activated windows watermark down there. So heating, we get the temperature overview. This is still in there from the last time. I guess if you hook up a webcam to this, then we would get some sort of real-time viewing. Should I try this? Should I just try and plug in a webcam? I guess that would make sense. do I have a webcam? I wonder if it's going to work with a, what's it called, with a Brio. Let me just grab a Brio and see if we can make it work. There's the printer. You guys can keep an eye on it for me for a second, right? So let me grab a Brio. I have 3 of these. But for some reason I always need to unplug the one that I'm actually using on my workstation. Oh, it's calibrating. I hope I don't crash this by just plugging stuff in while it's doing its thing. Ah! If I physically crash into it, then that's going to be a problem. Unfortunately, I think... No, the zip tie can stay. Brio? It looks like it's supposed to have a video there, but the Brio is not particularly happy. Oh, you stay. That's an expensive camera. One thing that the Prusa likes to do is just to give you all sorts of pop-ups. So right now it's saying printer nozzle is different from the G code. In theory, that's good. If you have automated printing, that's not so good. But what I should just have done is changed the... Why did this time out? Did it really just time out? That must be a new firmware feature. What I should have done is correctly set the nozzle diameter. Which I guess I did need to the right menu. And I can't actually get to that menu anymore. Prusa, with their firmwares, they keep changing stuff around. I do like that they keep improving it, but... Yeah, okay. It looks like it just auto... And it's doing bit leveling again? Yeah, it looks like it automatically resumed, I guess. But yeah, what it was bringing up, nozzle diameter does not match because the slicer actually writes the nozzle diameter that we have selected here into the G code, and the printer checks against what it thinks it's using. So let's see what this does. At least still calibrating. Webcam unfortunately doesn't work. Well, at least this one doesn't. Maybe on the USB 3 port, but that one is occupied right now. All right, so Quinly is saying it's printing. And that is, in fact, true. Our first layer, as expected, is nice and squished. Look at that. Look at that squish. 1.5 millimeters. It looks like it is a bit more than 1.5 millimeters. So maybe I should live adjust this up just a bit. Visually, it's more like 2.5. We're going to see once we get some overlap how much too close, or how much that squeezes it too much. I'm getting exhausted here, as you guys probably are noticing. So it is 9:30 p.m. here. I'm trying to hold on. Okay, that is looking very nice, actually. So very nicely joining up. And now I see why the recommendation is to actually use a skirt with one loop and basically a distance of one nozzle diameter. and not a brim because the print what's called order, not the print orientation, the print order might not be what you actually want. So right now it is printing, oh no, it is actually doing what we want. So it is printing the brim first. That's basically what we want for priming the nozzle. And now what it's doing, it's adding the support material. So that's what it's doing there. Okay, so info from chat, webcam needs a power cycle. And I don't think I want to power cycle it right now. Yeah, nozzle is a bit too close, but honestly, I'd rather have a bit too close than too far away. But with the fat first layer, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Okay, that's printing. That's doing its thing, and yeah, you can see I did increase the live adjust Z, the Z offset, just a bit more. So that now has a bit of a different surface finish, but yeah, nice and filled, maybe still a bit overfilled. All right, 3.93, that should be all right. I'm gonna grab my bar stool and I'm gonna have a sit down. As people are already asking, how are you feeling? My feet are starting to hurt. I've been on my feet all day. And finally, yeah. Finally I get to sit down. Ha! All right. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, let's get some questions from chat. So I guess the first one I can answer while we print, and this print is going to be an hour or 50 minutes remaining, so we've got some time, unless of course the print separates while it's printing, then we're going to have some excitement. But Nexon was asking quite a while up, what do I think about Prusa's purchase of printed solid? Or printed solid? I think it's great. So I've known about this a bit in advance. You know, I do know some people who will a bit more liberally share information with me. So I did know about this in advance. I think it's a great move. Printed solid, so I'm not in the US, of course, so I have very little interaction with printed solid. The couple times that I've interacted with them, I've noticed they're very good people. They seem to be universally loved in the community, and I think it just makes sense for Prusa to work more closely with them. Or in this case, like downright acquire them. I guess that just made sense for both of them from a business perspective. And yeah, Prusa definitely needed some US distributor or like official outpost, reseller, whatever you want to call it. Because obviously with like anything that is tied to the government in the US, as in schools or official institutions or whatever, they couldn't buy Prusas because they can only buy stuff from US companies for the most part. So that makes a lot of sense for them. Also makes sense for Prusas, or for people wanting to buy Prusas just in the US, because they don't have to do international shipping anymore to end users. That can be a huge pain with like customs imports, that sort of stuff. I know how it is in Germany. It is a massive pain. Pretty much the reason why I stopped using AliExpress, because the imports process is just a pain. So yeah, makes sense. I think it's a great move. And it's, you know, if it makes sense for both of them, awesome. Matter hackers, of course, probably don't like that so much. I mean, the Matter Hackers, what's it called, Pulse, their printer, that is a direct response to Prusa not being available directly in the US. So companies in the US that were looking to buy Prusa but couldn't because it's not a US company, they went to Matter Hackers. So they're probably not going to be that pleased, but hey, that's how it is. So Eric, when will that go into effect? So they have just announced the merger or the acquisition, I guess. I don't know when Printed Solid is actually going to be, I don't know, Prusa US or Printed Solid by Prusa. I have no idea when you're actually going to be able to buy Prusas directly from Printed Solid. You already can for institutions, like that was the first goal, to have like schools and stuff being able to buy from Printed Solid, and that I believe is already possible, but for end users, I don't know when that's going into effect. Then the other merger that, who was it asked about? Yeah, Trap0815 was asking about the merger between Stratasys and Ultimaker, or technically MakerBot and Ultimaker, but MakerBot is owned by Stratasys, so it is technically Stratasys and Ultimaker now joining in. I mean, here's the thing. These are, so I just talked about Printed Solid and Prusa, and now we have MakerBot and Ultimaker, and it's like very, very different companies that you're looking at. So Prusa, very makery in spirit, and in the way they do things. Like, just look at their production line. They've got hacked up Mark IIIs and printer components doing their production. And they're like very much, I mean, they're making printers with printed parts. Like, look at this thing. Whereas MakerBot and Ultimaker, they're very much like the corporate side of things. So companies that cater to schools specifically, and that MakerBot definitely was that, with all their programs that they're doing and the way they set up the machines and sales and all that. They're catering very specifically to schools, and then Ultimaker is catering very specifically to like business use, and I know plenty of companies that use Ultimakers because they're doing that so well. Then, yeah, they're like very complementary applications, I think, and it's a different spirit than like Prusa Printed Solid for sure. I'm sure it makes sense from a business perspective. We're gonna have to see where like Cura ends up fitting in. That's the only thing that I care about really, because Ultimakers have definitely priced themselves, and like just from an intended audience, moved themselves so far, or removed themselves so far from the maker community that I just don't think they're relevant anymore. And honestly, MakerBot, they exist because they have the curriculums, they have the schools, that's it. So honestly, that's a merger that is like a business, it makes sense, sure, but I don't really care about it. It's like, cool, I mean, do whatever you want to do, but like, okay, as long as you don't ruin Cura. That's that's my perspective on that. Yeah. Then the T was asking about what thermal camera I would recommend. So I have the FLIR 1 Pro, which is a roughly $400, 400 euro camera, and I'm very happy with it. It works. Though, to be honest, thermal cameras, they're all pretty good. Like, you can get a no-name camera or one of the cheaper brands, and for what you're typically going to do, they're going to be fine too. I specifically got the Pro because of the higher temperature range. It goes up to 400 degrees Celsius, so I thought like, hey, this could be useful for hot ends and that sort of stuff. The regular one goes to 220, 260, 150, 150 degrees Celsius, yeah. So that's going to be fine for board temperatures as well. the most important thing about thermal cameras is knowing how to use them, when to use them, and when not to use them. So anything that is reflective, anything that is like solder, tin, brass, that is like glossy, you're not going to be able to get good temperatures on it. So you're always going to need a matte surface, like, you know, plastic. Even this is difficult because it is glossy. You're going to need something that is very matte and ideally black. So when I did my comparisons of like bed temperatures, I spray painted them with the same matte black paint. So that is your ideal use case, and that's when you can use them. For everything else, that is like anything that is glossy, you're going to run into trouble, and you're going to get readings that are closer to your ambient temperature than they are to the part's real temperature. Yeah, that's that on thermal cameras. Trap 0 is 15, yeah. Ultimaker's dropping 2.85mm filament. I would surely hope so. So I do have an Ultimaker 3 in the basement, and I've not used it once since the review. I've loaned it out once because somebody needed to print with water-dissolvable materials, and for that, it is a good printer. But 2.85, I just don't have any 2.85mm filament. I have like 3 spools of that stuff, and I don't buy it because it would only be used on the BCN 3D or on the Ultimaker. And like, there's just no point in using that. So really, yeah, they need to drop that for sure. Yeah. Spasmatic, are Mark IIs or Mark IIs still good in 2022? I wouldn't buy it new, to be honest, but in a pinch, I think the Mark II, do I have Mark IIs? No, I have the original Mark IIs. The Mark IIs, except for the non-spring bed, for the fact that they don't use the springy bed, I mean, you can retrofit that. If you do that, then that would be a printer I would be very happy to use day in, day out. They're very capable machines. I've used them for years extensively. Yeah, the Mark IIs, definitely good printers, for sure. Nixon, what do I think of DPT? I'm not going to comment on that. I think there's enough hate being spewed in that corner of the 3D printing scene already, and I don't want to engage in that. Yeah. I'm going to stay out of that. All I'm going to say, I do liberally block people on Twitter, and some blocks I have not regretted one bit. Yeah. But to be fair, Nixon, yeah, the manual is too detailed, but assembled the printer wrong. I did that too. I very much did that too. I assembled the Mark III wrong because I was glancing over manual pages because there was too much information for me in there. Prusa does make a very detailed manual, and it is the right amount of detail if you've never assembled a printer before, but if it's like your 30th or 40th machine, then you do tend to just go over things a bit more quickly than you can, or than you should. Eric, Twitter is painful? No, Twitter's not painful. No. I love Twitter. It is my main social media platform. You just have to be very cautious and very aware about who you interact with, who you follow, who you block. But if you do that, it is a very, very good community. If you look for just recommendations of who to follow, look at who I follow on Twitter at Toms3DP. I follow the people that I think, how do I put this? I follow the people who I think have a positive impact on the community. I think that is the best way to put it. And if you follow those same people, I think you're going to have a great time on Twitter as well. Just like there are dark corners of every place on the internet, and I try to stay out of those. Mark IIs are a bit loud. Yeah, Nixon, that is a good point. The pre-Trinamic days, wow, those were the times. Old printers are louder, yes, that is definitely true. Like I said, that's something that you can work around. Like you can put it in a corner of your house, if you have a house, or put it in a box. Do that. Green Giant 912 Mark III S, and I have been getting weird layer shifts to the top layers of the model. Any quick thoughts on how I can fix this? Sounds like it's. So top layer suspiciously sounds like it's over extrusion. So top layers is where you stack 100% infill layers on top of each other, like sparse infill like this. If you over extrude, it's just going to make those individual lines a bit wider, and it's going to squeeze out to the side. So not a big problem. But if you're on top layers, then that's going to over extrude. So if you use filament that is too wide, too large, you might need to dial on your extrusion multiplier, because on the top layers, if you're over extruding, it does squeeze up, and your nozzle can get stuck. Otherwise, I'm getting some hiccups here. Sorry about that. Otherwise, I don't really know what else would be so different about a top layer that you would be getting skips there and not elsewhere. But yeah, maybe do the usual stuff. Check your belt tension, check that your bearings are good. That is something, of course, that everyone should check every now and then. Make sure the bearings are good, that there's no rough spots. Take out the rods, give them a bit of oil. Check that all the balls are still in there and looking good. So just do a bit of maintenance. I do have a video on maintenance. Oh, that clicked. That didn't sound too good. But yeah, just do that before you start dialing in settings or trying to mess with settings. Hey, back to left blank. How many people are in this stream still? We're doing watching paint dry. We're watching the printer complete its print, because of course I chose a 55-minute print. Where is my mouse cursor? There it is. You've got 114 folks. Hi everyone. Wow, I didn't have a look at that. Hi. Hope the print is interesting. It is still sticking, so that's good. Is that a light on the extruder or a sticker? So these are still the markers from the, what's it called? Scantech scanner stream that I did. So there's markers there, and I took off most of the other ones already. Yeah, there are some more markers up here. Camera, thank you. 1, 2, 3, and then a couple on the extruder, and one back here actually. Oh, that is quite blurry, but you guys get the idea. That is markers from that scanner stream. You can check out that scanner stream if you want to. Didn't scan very well. Too many fine details. But that is a retroreflective marker. And actually, if I grab a light and I hold it next to the camera, these retroreflective markers are pretty cool. If I hold it next to the camera, you should see it light up, maybe? Maybe not. Maybe we have too much ambient light. Yeah, I don't think that's showing much. But yeah, retroreflective markers, because that scanner had little LEDs around the cameras that shined the light at your scan, and these would light up very bright for the camera to see that this is not part of your model or part of your scan object, but a marker placed specifically for marking, for giving you a 3D reference. Martin's asking what was the conclusion of that stream. Well, the conclusion was they asked for the scanner back immediately. I mean, that entire process was rough. I mean, it took him so long to actually send out the scanner for review. We started talking like September last year, I think. And then it just, I don't know, I think they had some different expectation. I think that they were expecting me to make like an advertorial or something on their scanner, just out of thankfulness that they provided a review sample for it. Yeah, it didn't really work on the first stream. I was expecting way too much out of that scanner. Turns out I had to baby it a lot more than I thought. And in the end, we settled on a couple. They had like a whole phone call with me and stuff. In the end, we settled for like 3 models that they said I could scan, and everything else was like, no, this is like not enough detail. This is too much detail. This is too dark. This is too large. This is too small. So like the couple things that I showed, those were like the models that they were like, yes, this could work. In the end, for $4,000, it wasn't the experience I was hoping for, but I don't know what else the 3D scanner market has that would give you a better experience at the same price point or at a different price point. I'm just, yeah, I don't see the point of that scanner, to be honest. It is just way too specific in what it can do and what it cannot do. Did I make a video? No, it was just 2 live streams. The thing with videos on obscure topics like that is nobody watches them. They're a whole lot of work to do. They're a whole lot of trouble with the companies. Like Scantech was not the most easygoing company to work with. And just in the end, if I had made a review, it would have been too much pain for like the amount of engagement that would have gotten. So in the end, I was like, okay, well, if you guys want your scanner back, then have it. And I just want to be done with it. Ooh, that stands up. That's pretty cool. Look at that. That's a nice fit. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Look, Revo nozzle stand. It stands up. That's a 12.9 screw. Wow, with 12.9. So yeah, sometimes I just have to make the unfortunate call of going like, okay, I'm deciding against making more content on this, even though the content that I did make is neither satisfactory for me nor for the company that provided that review sample. So sometimes that's just the best option for everyone. Lagging. Okay. Come on. What's going on? Stream, why are you buffering? Why are you laggy? Okay, let's see. I restarted OBS. It's yellow. It's red. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. I think I know what's going on. Hyper back up. Okay, let's see, that should recover eventually. Is this going to be better? No, immediately red again. Nope, we're green, okay. if the stream looks a bit rough right now, I'm sorry. Did have to turn down the bitrate. Apparently, 10 p.m. some backup kicked in. No idea. Some backup kicked in, and I guess that was eating a bit too much bandwidth. I should really set this to a later date. I do have bandwidth limits set up, but that's just the thing when you're like out in the countryside. You don't get fiber, you get DSL, and this DSL has like 32 Mbit upload, and that is it. So as soon as like one backup kicks in, it's over. Like, you know, stuff starts buffering. So I did turn down the bitrate to 3000 kbit per second. So really low bitrate for what this is at 1440p. So it's not going to look great, but it's at least going to be fluid. Well. Sorry if I missed a whole bunch. If you guys want to skip over the last bit where stuff just wasn't working, feel free to do that in the recording, not live. Somebody was asking about Scantek's HX, and actually Scantech reached out after that stream, after the stream with the Scantech, Einscan, Shining 3D. Right, I'm mixing up companies. I had the stream, so let me start over again. I had the Scantech scanner here, and they asked for it back. I was like, okay, that's probably the best for everyone. And I sent it back, and sometimes that's what it is. Sometimes you just have to make that call of like, okay, I'm not gonna spend any more time on it. I'm not gonna produce any more content on it. I'm sure some people will be interested in it, but in the end, it's not going to get the views, the engagement, as I would hope it would get. People watching my main channel are not going to be that interested in it and might unsubscribe, which I've had happen, or might at least not click on it, and that's going to send a signal to the algorithm of like, hey, this person is not interested in this channel's videos anymore, which is the worst that I could do, actually. And I think I've done that in the past, and I don't want to repeat that. So, yeah, YouTube doesn't let me make content on obscure topics, even though I would like to, without harming just the performance of the channel overall. So, really, it would be worse to make a video on that scanner that I know not a lot of people are going to watch than not making a video at all. That's what I was trying to say. So yes, Einscan or Shining 3D actually reached out after that first stream, and they were like, hey, do you want to try out EHX? And I've not gotten back to them yet, but I don't think I would want to review that either. So I do have the Einscan SE here. I did do an unboxing or live stream of the SE and the SP. I still have the SE, I do occasionally use it, and I mean, the software isn't great either, but it does work. It does work remarkably well. It does do a very good job scanning like small, high detail objects accurately. It does do a very good job with that. The software isn't great either, but I've not done a review of that either. I think I've like wanted to make a review of it, and then I was like, but how do you test this? And like, it will be the same with the HX. So yeah. That's the scanner situation. I think they're interesting. I think they're useful in many cases, but it's just, there's such a borderline product that has like borderline expectations for how well they're supposed to work. Yeah, don't have a good grip on them. Right. Okay. Nixon is asking about the pultrusion idea. So basically, PT bottle upcycling. We take a PT bottle. I guess they're all PT, right? And basically, it gets sliced into thin strands, and then I guess it does get shaped into something that looks more like filament through essentially a dye. a pulling die. Cool idea, if it makes a filament that works. The problem here in Germany is plastic bottles. They're just one of the most expensive ways to get plastic. There is always a 10, I don't even know how much like Coca-Cola bottles, reusable bottles are in fund, like a deposit. But like non-reusable bottles, the ones that get shredded as soon as you deposit them, as soon as you return them, those are 25 cents as far as the deposit goes or fund goes. So 25 cents for like 50 grams of plastic, if even that much, or 20 grams, like absolutely not worth it. So I have not looked into that idea because it is something that is like very US, if at all. I mean, yeah, probably not all states, but something that is very much limited to, let's say, oh God, disrespecting US, developing countries that don't have a plastic bottle deposit system in place yet. So, yeah, not something that is interesting to me, but I guess it would be interesting to some countries. The challenge I see, of course, is the plastic suitable for printing with, because if you don't get a plastic or a filament that is very well printable, then like you're just wasting it essentially. Yeah. I remember Nixon asking about the filament diameter sensor, about the files for that. I think the files are up on Prusa printers, perhaps, but I don't know if they're linked all that well. Can you imagine? Oh yeah, so that I believe is the one. So Dr. Spangle, Dr. Daniel Small, uploaded it up to GitHub, and I think there is some stuff happening. So I think he added some stuff, but this I believe is the one block, one lever. Yeah, this is a really nice write-up. Why is this in Imagine? Oh yeah, so, right. So this was before Prusa printers existed. That was like this guy. Cool, Imagine's broken as well. But this is one that I did for inline extrusion diameter measurement. And this is the final one, and I think even here there should be physical. Do I have the link for the firmware? Yep, that's linked in here. So this should be all the stuff for the filament sensor. Got the STLs, fusion files, got the firmware, which is somewhat worked on. Yeah, okay, so there's been some improvement going on. So this is, oh cool, documentation, nice. Nice. Yeah, use this. There's actually some developing happening. So Dr. Sprung infidel sensor, everything's there. And Bob, I think I missed you. Greetings back to Hanover to you. Will I build a positron V3? Not sure. Not sure how I would build that, whether that should be a live stream series or edited video or something. I know I should get back into 3D printer builds. I do want to build a Voron Zero. Positron would be pretty cool. Eventually, I don't know. No plans for it yet. Ooh, excuse me. No plans for it yet. Do need to grab another drink of water from my Camelback water bottle. we go. Left Blank was asking about Revo on a Mark 3S. While it is being taken apart, are there any mods you'd say I should look into? Prusa mods. So the Prusa machines are some that I like 100% did not mod. The one thing I would say you should definitely look into is using or grabbing a proper fan shroud, or upgrading that to whatever is the most current design. So this one, you can see this one's gotten the meltiness. So add a proper fan shroud, but that's not something you have to take the printer apart for. So if you're still on the 90-degree fan shroud, upgrade to the 45. I don't have a fan shroud in here right now because this one's fallen out, but that is basically the only thing I would say you should do. And my TV is about to turn off. But I have chat on. I do need that one. Yeah, Eric, I'm not sure if the 5-axis printing mod is something you just do while you've got a printer parts for installing a Revo, but I mean, if you want to do that, that's of course an option. Yeah, Prusa's and other printers too. If you really, if you try, you can use most printers without any mods. And for a review, that's always the thing I try to go for. For reviews, I have to use the printer without mods because once you start modding, once you start adding your own stuff to the printer, it is not that printer anymore. You can turn any printer into a fantastic machine by adding a sufficient amount of mods. So I try not to do that. I always use my printer stock, and so far, to be honest, most printers are pretty good stock. The stuff that typically, you would want to look into: fan shrouds, part cooling, extruder reliability, maybe if there's plastic parts that deform, or if you want to use a different hopped gear, that's something that can improve your experience. And of course, hot ends. Yeah, hot ends, the stock Creality hot ends. They work for a while, but then they typically, once the PTFE starts to deform, starts to get soft, yeah, you're going to see some trouble there. So that is one of the mods that I would probably recommend doing after a couple of spools. Just put a proper hot end in there. They can work for a while. They can work if you give them maintenance. If you just chop the end of the PTFE off every now and then. But yeah, typically they don't make for a great experience. Felix is asking, have I talked about the Physitech trademark patent drama that's going on? I think that's something for the Melt Zone. I don't know if you've talked about that yet, but I'll make sure to add that to our queue of topics once Stefan gets some time to record another episode again. Maciek, what is this? This is the 3D cube. Basically, a bed that once cooled off should release the part, and the part should just slide off. You get the bed, you get the bed skirt, you get some skirting for under the bed, and in my case, they also included a ROG 64, which is somewhere under the printer. So, oh yeah, you can see the RGB fan right there. That serves basically as an Octoprint alternative, and that gives you a, well, not this guy, but that gives you, did I tab out of this? No, there we go. That gives you a queue system that you can add files to. Actually, I could just add this to the queue, and it's on the queue, and it would automatically print another one of these once this print is done. So this is printing. Currently next in queue, yeah, currently this is next in queue, so we would just print another one. You can add newly sliced parts even while it's printing. and it's going to do its ejection sequence. I don't know how much ramming it does on the bed, whether it uses the fan and the tool head just to clear everything off. I think it does. And then it's just going to start the next print. Of course, this guy right here, this shouldn't be here. So you can see that is a remnant of me not having optimized the slicer 100% for this. But theoretically, once the print is done, this should just cool off to 29 degrees Celsius. Is that fan broken? No. And it's going to come off, it's going to start the next print, and you can just leave your printer printing 24/7 without any manual attendance, without any manual intervention. That's the word I'm saying. I'm trying to say. So that is the Quinly system by 3DQ, or the 3DQ system by Quinly. No, it's it's Quinly by 3DQ. So yeah, special bed. It's got the Rock Pi, the Rock 64. You get the lifting kits, so the printer actually sits at an angle. Prusa seems to be pretty happy about that. Doesn't seem to mind it that much. And yeah, it all supposedly, if not seen this release yet, supposedly it works together to give you a seamless automated queuing system that you can just chuck prints onto, and the printer's going to complete the parts, and it's going to just keep on printing. That's the idea for production runs, and they prove that it works by having parts. This thing is printed on that surface. Well, not on this exact, but these prints that they include are printed on their system, kind of like the same as Prusa does with the printed parts on the machines. Kind of proves that it works by using their system and producing more of it. And one thing I'm actually just seeing is there are markers on the bed. I've noticed these, but have not identified them yet. These look like registration markers for a camera system. So of course it says Quinly. Ow, that's the fan. It says Quinly laser engraved, or it's probably laser engraved or something, in the center of the bed. But there are also these markers here and these tracking, there are lines and stuff that I guess either are like for AR, you point your phone at it and it gives you a preview or something, or for their AI system to detect the scale of this thing, the orientation of this thing, and to do like a check for whether this thing is spaghettizing at the time, whether it's printing at the correct position, etc., etc., etc. So this seems to have a multi-purpose. I've not noticed that until now. But there's those markers, and each one is different. Dury 10, yes, new channel. This is going to be my live stream channel, or my extra content channel, I guess. But for now, just all the live streams are happening here, because as it turns out, if I do them on the main channel, YouTube punishes that channel. YouTube, it doesn't use this as a, doesn't work as a spinny top. The Weaver nozzles. If I do live streams on my main channel, YouTube punishes that by saying, hey, these people didn't care about your videos or your live streams that you uploaded. I'm not going to show your channel to those people anymore. And also I was losing subscribers by doing live streams. So I'm not doing that on the main channel anymore. I'm just going to do those on this second channel. So if you're interested in live streams, subscribe to this one, turn on the bell, and you're going to get notifications whenever I do one. And that way I can do more live streams and not spam the main channel with those. And, you know, only the people that actually care about them will get to see them. So, yeah, live stream channel, more layers. That's the explanation for that. Just something you have to do to make YouTube happy. I wish there was a filter setting for like the main channel where people say, hey, I'm interested in videos that are longer than 5 minutes. So basically eliminating shorts if you don't care about those. Or I don't care about live streams. If there was a filter setting on the main channel, or if the YouTube algorithm was smart enough to detect that people care about a certain length or format of video, but, you know, I guess one of the world's largest companies can't really figure out algorithms and rankings and that sort of stuff. So, like, yeah. Nexon asking about the Anchor Make. What is the M5? I think it's called. Will I review that once it comes out? Maybe. Though the thing is, what I'm expecting once the Anchor Make M5 actually whatever Anchor Make actually comes out, I don't think anyone's going to care about it anymore. It's going to be done basically. The hype is over. I mean, they're shipping slowly, and once they would be able to send out a review unit, like it's already going to be a year old, with at least half a year, and at that point, it's like, hey, we've already launched the next Kickstarter. So that's kind of the vicious cycle of Kickstarters and crowdfunding campaigns. Like you get all the hype way before the print is available in its final form, and once it is available in final form, nobody's going to care about it anymore. The people that get it will get it, but like it's just going to be there. So I don't know. We're going to have to see, because the problem is, as much as I would like to review every machine, and as much as I'd like to like do the thing where I say, okay, no Kickstarters, and only once the Kickstarter is over, I'm going to review it, maybe. Like I just talked about, like doing live streams on the main channel, if I do content that people don't care about, there is no point in doing content, and it's not going to be sustainable for me. So I have to find a way that is, I have to find like a middle ground that is sustainable for me, and that allows me to like maintain my principles. So like, yeah, tricky topic. Probably not one I should talk about in too much detail after streaming for 4 hours. So, because like I said, I'm getting exhausted. So yeah. So print should be almost done. So the printer's LCD says it's 4 minutes. The Quinly says it's at 97%. And it's up for 9 hours, so I guess that is time zone. I guess this thing has only ever been printed in its home US time zone and not outside of it. But 97%, I don't get... It doesn't look like I get a time estimate while it's printing, but because the G-code has those time estimates built in, the printer itself is giving us that remaining time. I wish it would show up in the web interface, so you can just barely make it out. This is 3 minutes remaining, 0 hours, 3 minutes remaining. There is no time remaining on this view, unfortunately. Very bare bones on the web interface. It does what it's supposed to. I mean, you get the upload files, you get the queue, and you get a webcam once you have a webcam connected, which I don't, and it doesn't live detect it without power cycling. That's it. G-code console, yeah, no percent done. Okay, that's what the... Okay, the print is actually reporting that back. That's it. No manual control, no, well, temperature setting, that's all you get. Which really is, I don't know how useful that is. Because really you're only going to be setting it, where you really want to change temperatures is for the first layer. And that is something you can only set in the slicer, because if you set it during the first layer, like that part that has already been printed, that's not gonna benefit from these temperatures, except for like bed temperature to a degree, but not that much either. So I don't know how useful this is. And for filament changes, you do want to do that on the printer itself anyway. So really bare bones web interface here, 98.5. So in about 1 minute, what should happen is that this thing finishes successfully, and the print does look pretty good. Which I mean is expected. It's a Mark III. It's using Prusa slicer. It's using a Revo. It's a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, so yeah, actually I could probably have bumped up the layer height or the print setting. Oh yeah, we're printing on detail. I could have gone for draft. Oh my, could have saved like 20 minutes on the print. But yeah, 0.8 millimeter nozzle looking good. What should happen is this should finish, should cool down, and at 29 degrees, I think it's going to do some pushy maneuver, and it's going to try and push this thing off the platform if it hasn't released by itself by that time. That's what's supposed to happen. We're going to see. You could set up a fan. I could also set up an air compressor and use that to cool it down. That's going to be very noisy, and I don't want to turn that on right now. Just blow on it, yeah. Condo Man, can Quinly do anything that Octoprint printed parts and G-code can't do? So let's check over here. So print is done. It's just going to go to a, well, I guess it's going to home X and Y. Are you actually going to home? No. Okay, so it's just going to park the hot end there. Does Quinly do anything that Octoprint with plugins couldn't do? Not really. I guess Octoprint with a plugin could do cues, and there probably is a plugin for that already. So the web interface, not a problem at all. The tilt assembly, you could DIY that as well. The bed, that is probably the bit that is very hard to reproduce, which is why I looked for just the bed a while ago if you want to DIY that. It looks like it's some sort of FR4. I don't know if there's a coating on it, if there's like a spray that they apply to it, that is, because they do say do not use any solvent, so I do assume it is some finish that they put on this bed, which again I assume is FR4. And that is the tricky part, to like really balance the adhesion to where it does adhere. As you can see, it does adhere during a print. This worked really well. To balance that to a point where it's going to adhere, but it's also going to release once it cools down. That is a very tricky balance. How do you call them? Those gritty beds on like the Ender 3v2, those do a pretty good job of releasing after the print as well. But I don't think they would like completely release. So I'm gonna have to see how well this does work. The thing is, the one fan that I do have, the IKEA air filter thing, I do have blowing on my camera because that already overheated once during the stream, and I don't want that to repeat. Do I have a small fan that I could set up somehow? I don't think I do. I mean, it's gonna cool down some, but I don't want to pass out. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to accelerate this. The thing is, in the wild, in like a real world application, you don't want, or you're not going to have a fan blowing at this unless you have some sort of switch channel. I guess it could use the part cooling fan and just position itself and just go back and forth in front of the print while it's trying to cool down. I always wonder, like, why do printers not make use of that sort of like, hey, we have the hardware and it doesn't really hurt to do it. They could really just go back and forth and use the part cooling fan, just get a bit of extra air on the bed. And I know it's not going to do a lot, but I've done some testing on like how much do part cooling fans cool down the beds, and it is a significant amount if it's right at the bed surface. So yeah, it could do that. Where are we at temperature-wise? 57.4, 57.3. No temperature graph in here, so yeah. 26 degree too low for summertime? Yeah, maybe if you have 26 degrees room temperature, if you have 26 degrees, it's going to be, I mean, that's a pretty stuffy room. It is set to 29 right now, so that is one of the options you get when you start a new print from the queue, or add a new print to the queue. Which temperature do you want to release at? And that is 29 by default. Of course, it's going to take a while to cool down to that temperature. So, yeah, Florida, I mean, in Florida you're going to have AC, right? You can have your rooms at like 18 degrees or something. What is that, 59 Fahrenheit? So it shouldn't be much of a problem. Okay, while that cools down, I'm going to put you on screen cap. You can watch the temperature. I guess I do need to plug in the compressor real quick. So I'm going to mute myself for a second. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'm going to turn on the compressor while we're at it so we can get some airflow going. Be right back. It's going to be like 2 minutes. Don't abandon the stream, please. Oh, yeah, I was going to give you guys a quick impression of how loud the compressor is going to be. Quick second, I'm not going to let it spin up all the way. That's going to be very, very loud. So I'm going to mute the mic while it runs. Okay, compressor is full. This is only one with a very tiny tank, but the good thing about it is very small as well. So there it is. You guys probably know these. Stanley. These are fantastic. Super powerful. So fills up really fast and has a lot of air that it pushes through. But unfortunately, extremely noisy as well. Stanley makes some good stuff. So I'm just gonna go like very lightly and just blow on this, and you guys can watch as the temperature drops. I wish this had like a temperature graph or something. And we're going to give it a quick blow on the underside as well, because I think that's where the majority of the temperature is going to be concentrated. It is going to cool down the temperature sensor as well, so I'm not going to go too far. I don't want to push it into like 29 degrees Celsius territory. and like accidentally just cool down the temperature sensor without also cooling down the bed. Oh, what? I thought this was aluminum. Why is this magnetic? $39, we're getting close. And once we're at like 35 or something, I'm just going to do the top side. Make sure to cool from underneath. Yeah, well, the thing is, if I do just from underneath, then mostly I'm going to be cooling down the temperature sensor, and it might not be at 29 degrees at the top yet. So, if you guys want to see what that looks like, and just using the, what are these called? Ausblasdüse. And I'm blowing from underneath. And I'm blowing from top. And I'm blowing from underneath. And I'm blowing from the top. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to blow on the temperature sensor too much, because then the bed might not be actually cooled down yet. Even though it reads a very low temperature. So, I mean, this is not going to be optimal, because this is not going to cool it down very evenly. Yeah, 3DQ is saying once it hits 31 or something, just let it cool naturally. Yeah, and I think at 31, I'm probably going to run out of compressed air here. Where are we at? Oh yeah, tank's already pretty low. And that is it. Blow under the bed or you will detach the piece with the pressure. Yeah, that's something I probably could have done too. Just go with the edge. And in fact, that might be just a hashtag patent buster. That might be a good way to automatically detach some parts as well. Just have a, you have compressed air in the shop anyway. Just have a like a little nozzle that blows air like right at the edge of your print, or just flat over your bed, or in some other way that tries to get under the part and lifts it up. And yeah, use that to remove parts, because I mean the biggest challenge is moving parts on our 3D printer, right? Adding more moving parts, which was what I tried to do with the Voron auto ejector, where I had a physical bed removal tool. But if you can just have some static air nozzles, essentially, hooked up to a compressor, hooked up to some other air source, that are just in the enclosure somewhere. I guess if you move the bed all the way back and you just have some back here, let's just go, that would be zero moving parts except for a compressed air valve, and should be fairly easy to do. That might be a video idea by itself. I'm gonna write that down, because that's actually pretty easy to do. Just use a GPIO. Or in fact, just the very rear position of the bed, just have it hit a switch or something. Compressed air part release. Hook it up to a compressor. I mean, it's probably going to be pretty jarring if it just hits the back of the travel and the air goes off and it's like, pfft. You walk by that, it's going to give you a pretty good scare. But if it works, that could be pretty cool. And it's not something where you're going to have to use your tool head to like bump parts off. Might not work for every part though. So yeah, don't forget to buy a gold net to catch the flying piece. I was just thinking like some butterfly net or something. right up front. Yeah. Blow under, that's really cool. What about the brim, which is eventually printed and sticks very well? What do you mean, the bob? So 30, oh, it's rising again. 32.9, that's where we're at. Parts come off with a bumpy sheet, maybe I'll just put my Prusa on some brakes with that sheet instead of having to run between prints. I mean, if that works for you. Static fans across the print bed. Yeah, that could definitely work. So one of the challenges with part cooling fans is actually that your part cooling fan only ever blows where your tool or where your hot end is, because that's how they're set up. They're attached to your they're attached to your tool, to your hot end essentially. So if you have a part that like moves around a lot and only spends very little time in one area, then you're not going to get the amount of cooling that you need for some parts. So yeah, lateral flow, part cooling, good idea. Been in front of the printer, yeah. Don't have anything in front of the printer right now, but it's going to bump it onto the table. That should be fine. 3DQ is asking, what features would I like to see in the software? A reconnect button. I mean, that would be a pretty nice feature, especially for a setup. I mean, once the thing is running, probably not so much, but just a reconnect. Or some more detailed status information. Also, integration with this guy. Having some direct one-click upload, it is like destined for that. If there's one software package that needs API upload, it is a queue system. Though I know that the goal or the intended use case is not as much using it for like varied prints, where you have, I don't know, multi-user setup, 5 or 10 people using the same printers, and not everyone needs it all the time, but everyone needs it every now and then and just can send something to it. I know that is not what the Quinly system is like 100% designed for, but it could be a very cool application where you just have like a printer farm that is behind glass doors and you just have a slide of parts that come out and everyone can submit a part to. So that with the API would make it a lot easier just to do it one click in the slicer, and that is something that I very much like about the Voron and every Octoprint setup that I've ever done. Just that extra step, I feel like, makes printing stuff a lot easier. You have like one click send to Prusa Slicer from Fusion 360, and then you have one click send to printer. From there, just that's how it should be. Yeah, 800 unique prints a month. Okay, that's the application. There you go. What else? What else would I like to see for features? I see that this is supposed to be a very, very stripped down interface, or I guess a stripped down interface is easier to build well too. What temperature are we at? 31. So feature creep, I know you're very aware of that, that this shouldn't be too much. Temperature graph, I mean, just stuff that helps you easily diagnose and maintain your printers. Like the temperature graph isn't something that like you're going to be looking at during a print, but it's going to give you a very good indicator if something is going wrong. Like if you see temperature drops suddenly, or temperature drifts, or you see a lot of oscillations, then that is a very good indicator of, hey, there is something wrong with my printer. Maybe that's something that an AI can detect too. Hashtag patent buster, using an AI based on temperature fluctuations for like printer diagnosis. that manual control, like you have in Octoprint with like the X, Y, Z controls, I don't think that is very necessary. I rarely use that, and I don't think most people use that on their machines either. X, Y control, like you can push the printer around, and Z axis also on a Prusa and on most other printers too is just an option on the LCD, and it is much easier to use that on an LCD directly on the printer than on a phone or some remote system that is like not meant for that, and probably away from the printer more than the printer's LCD is. So yeah, bed leveling graph and warning users if it starts to drift. That's good. Similar to the temperature graph, yeah, it just gives you an indicator of what status certain features of your printer or certain parts of your printer are in. Like if the bed is very, very warped, or if it starts doing some weird stuff, that is an indicator that something is wrong. So yeah, good idea there. Job tagging system with baiting for farms. So that's basically tags for filaments or for who uploaded it, or for some sort of well, what type of print it is. Could work though if it's in a queue. You know, I guess if you have lots of prints, then that would be a cool feature to have. Yeah, camera. Jay, yeah, camera, definitely. It's there, but it's not connected, and you need to power cycle it. I know this is like super exciting to watch right now. Lots of fun. Watching paint dry is probably more fun because you actually see something happening. Here it's just, hey, we're at 29.3 degrees now. 5 minutes ago, we were at 31.3. Now we're at 29.4. At 29 degrees, something is going to happen, and I don't know what, but something is going to happen, I promise. But right now, like, I'm just answering questions. I hope that is interesting, useful for you guys somehow. Ooh, 29.1. Almost. 28.9. We're supposed to do something. Resetting. Oh, resetting? Resetting? Ah! Poking worked. Let's see if this printer destroys itself. Let's get this water bottle out of the way. Okay, so there is the ramming cycle. It starts ramming over on the side, and how close was that nozzle? That nozzle is pretty close. So interestingly, as it lowers all the way down, you can see the fan. Ooh, that shouldn't touch that. There is like a 5 centimeter area on the back of the bed. So like right up here, where if you have a part in that area, or at least in the far right corner, then it's going to crash. It is 100% going to smash everything into that. But from there on out, it always does that move to the left first, and kind of moves over. So if you have something over here, yeah. And now I know why you're supposed to turn crash detection off, because it just properly skipped a step when it rammed this part off of the bed. It 100% skipped a step, and you saw that it actually skipped a step again as it hit the physical end of the axis as it moved back up. But it removed it, even though it was pretty brutal. I mean, this was a pretty hard hit. I'm gonna have to try again, like whether this is the norm. You can see that the surface is really glossy. Whether that hard hit is the norm, or whether it typically releases a bit more easily. I'm not sure how well like all this stuff on here would behave with that ramming, whether you're going to see some wear on the bearings. I guess with a V-roller setup, that would be a lot less of an issue. But here you have the balls actually pressing into the hardened rod, so like, yeah. Also with these fan shrouds typically being connected, that's not even the right fan shroud for this guy. Or is it? No, it's backwards. It is backwards. Oh, and now we have, now we have a, that's interesting because, yeah, okay, so I'm going to stop this. You just saw the bed actually deformed as it homed because we have a blob on the nozzle. That's not something that is, that the system, I guess, is set up to deal with. Yeah, you can see that blob back there, and that is what ran into the bed. So there's no system set up to get rid of that blob right now. Of course, with a 0.8, it does blob a bit more. And with the way that we have to home so close to the nozzle, physically touching the bed, that is a bit more of an issue as well, but that is the blob that was stuck to the nozzle. And of course, it just rammed that into the bed and did not home properly. So that may be something that still needs some working on. But as I was saying before, with the fan shroud on here, which this one is already knackered, but come on, get on there. You know how this thing sits, right? It's like there. This isn't a super sturdy part. Oh, there we go. This isn't a super sturdy part. So if this gets caught here, like I'm afraid this would push off. So probably for like practical use, I'd put like a little bull bar or something around just the fan shroud, or the fan and the fan shroud, just a little extra piece of plastic that guards it here. So that will be something that, yeah, I would probably want to add to this system as well. Does the refill usually ooze that much? I don't know if it didn't retract enough after printing because I don't have the printer set to the 0.8mm nozzle, but this is a 0.8mm nozzle instead of the standard 0.4, so it does ooze a bit more than typical. So this might be just an issue with 0.8. But yeah, it did ooze too much in this case. Might just be an issue with 0.8 and not with 0.4. But Revo, from a performance standpoint, is pretty similar to just the standard E3D. Right, so with this part, with the bottom layer, you can see like the surface is very, very glossy. It is pretty squished, that is correct. So during the print, I did raise the Z offset. Initially, I had it set very low. This up here, this is supposed to be, that is very hard to show. These two lines, these are supposed to be two lines, I believe. You can just see like the second one getting squished in here. And yeah, this line is much smaller than the others, this guy right here. So yeah, pretty squished. So I guess it did stick down really well. But otherwise, like the infill looks decent, maybe a bit low. Yeah, I'm gonna try again with like more normal settings. But of course, the part being from a 0.8mm nozzle. Oh God, what am I stepping on? That's a laptop. That's a laptop. Well, at least it used to be a laptop. But it looks good. 0.8mm nozzle, the Protopasta TOM does the rest. All linked below, by the way, if you want to check out the, oh nice, that comes off well. That does not come off well. If you want to check out the filament that I'm using here, it is really nice stuff. It's a red base with gold glitter. Protopasta TOM linked in the description, that's affiliate links. If you want to use those, that would be much appreciated. Yeah, that's going to take some cleanup, but the system worked. That's, I guess, what I can say about the Quinly system For now, the system worked, the system did release, and it would have started the next print. Of course, the ooze on the hot end, that's something that still needs to be figured out, that I maybe need to figure out. Can you do a prime cycle? I guess, yeah, I guess that's something that could be done where you just have a prime line, though that would need to be scraped off. I don't know. Probably can be figured out. So, yeah, no cutaways yet. Right, so that I think is going to be pretty much all of it. There's still support material in here, so this doesn't really clamp down, but in theory it should. That's going to be it. Installed well. Maybe one bit of commentary here, because I've been wrangling with thoughts on this. So for what you get, it feels very expensive. I'm going to be honest with you here. 449 euros for this set, and I don't even know if that includes the ROC 64. It feels pretty expensive for a bed, 2 extrusions, and a couple printed parts, because that is essentially what you're getting. The software, of course, the software is something that is included with the ROC 64, and with the Quinly kit, you can put it on your own Raspberry Pi if you want to. But then again, it's like Octoprint can do the same with maybe a plugin. Where I think it would feel like you're getting a bit more value if at least the kit would include a spring steel sheet. Not just the bed itself, but perhaps apply to a spring steel sheet already, or just an extra spring steel sheet, because essentially you have to sacrifice one of your perfectly good beds to apply the Quinly to it. That is the one part that I don't feel is all that great yet. But other than that, it does work. It does work. The software does what it's supposed to do. The sensor is just sensitive enough for probing through the PI sticker and the Quinly bed, or the vapor bed. Yeah, it does work. Full review coming. I'm going to try this out some more. I'm going to do more prints on PLA, PTG, try out a couple different materials. I'm going to have to make up my mind, like, if it's worth that much and who it would be worth that much for, and whether the alternatives are... What are the alternatives, actually? Belt printer, DIY bed changer. What the alternatives are, and yeah, whether this fits in. So thank you for watching. Thanks for staying along. I guess we did have quite a couple viewers today, so thank you for that. Everyone who came over from the main channel, hello, welcome. Please subscribe if you've stuck along for this long. If you stuck around for this long, please subscribe to this channel as well. And thanks to 3DQ for being here in chat and for being good sports about my shenanigans here. Thank you for watching. Keep on making, and I will see you in the next one if I can find my end stream button. Bye-bye. Thanks everyone in chat too. You guys were awesome.